Welcome, true believers, to the complete chronicle of Thanos of Titan. Tonight, we journey through the life of the Mad Titan, from his birth on a dying world to his ultimate quest for cosmic balance. This is a tale that spans millennia, touches every corner of the universe, and explores the thin line between salvation and destruction. So settle in, let your mind drift among the stars, and allow yourself to be carried through the rise and fall of one of the universe's most complex figures. There's no need to judge, only to understand as we walk together through his dark and terrible purpose. In the vast expanse of space, where Saturn's rings cast shadows across the void, there once existed a moon called Titan. It was a world of impossible beauty and advanced civilization, home to a race of beings known as the Eternals, who had transcended many of the limitations that bound lesser species. Their technology was beyond mortal comprehension, their lifespans measured in millennia, and their society had achieved a level of harmony and prosperity that most worlds could only dream of achieving. Yet even paradise carries within it the seeds of its own destruction, and Titan's perfection would prove to be as fragile as morning frost beneath the unforgiving sun of reality. The Eternals of Titan had conquered disease, poverty, and war, but they had not conquered the fundamental mathematics of existence itself. Their population grew steadily over the centuries, each generation larger than the last, and their beautiful world began to strain under the weight of too many immortal beings sharing finite resources. Into this world of growing tension and unspoken anxiety was born a child who would carry the weight of his world's fate upon his shoulders for the rest of his impossibly long life. The birth was attended by all the ceremony and celebration appropriate for a member of the royal family, yet the joy of the occasion would be tempered by circumstances that no one could have anticipated or prepared for. Alaz, known to some as Mentor, was among the most respected leaders of Titan's ruling council. His wisdom had guided the world through centuries of peace and prosperity, and his scientific mind had contributed to many of the advances that had made eternal civilization so magnificent. He was a being of great intellect and deeper compassion, beloved by his people, and respected even by those who disagreed with his policies and decisions. Sui-san, Allah's beloved wife, possessed the grace and strength that characterized the finest of eternal womanhood. She was not merely a consort to power, but a partner in the truest sense, contributing her own insights and abilities to the governance of their world. Her wisdom complemented her husband's logic, her intuition balanced his analysis, and together they represented the very best of what eternal society could produce. The pregnancy had proceeded normally by eternal standards, with none of the complications or concerns that might have warned of what was to come. The medical technology of Titan was so advanced that genetic irregularities were virtually unknown, and the careful breeding programs that had produced the eternal race had long ago eliminated most hereditary disorders and physical imperfections. There was every reason to expect a normal, healthy child who would grow up to take his place among Titan's elite. Yet when the child emerged into the artificial light of Titan's medical facilities, the attending physicians found themselves staring at something they had never seen before and could not immediately explain. The infant was clearly an Eternal, possessing all the basic characteristics of their race, but his appearance was unlike any other member of their species. Where other Eternal children were beautiful by virtually any standard, this child bore physical marks that set him apart in ways that could not be hidden or ignored. The child's skin carried a distinctive purple hue that was unknown among the Eternals, while his facial features bore ridges and protrusions that gave him an intimidating appearance even in infancy. Most striking of all were his eyes, which held an intensity and awareness that seemed almost unnatural in one so young. The medical staff exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to explain these unusual characteristics to the child's parents. Ala's and Suisan's reaction to their son's appearance would set the tone for much of his early life. While they loved the child with the fierce devotion that all parents feel for their offspring, they could not entirely hide their confusion and concern about his unusual appearance. They named him Thanos, a name that carried within it both strength and a hint of foreboding that would prove more prophetic than anyone could have imagined. The early years of Thanos' life were marked by a growing awareness of his differences from the other children of Titan. Where other young Eternals played together in harmonious groups, Thanos often found himself isolated and alone, his appearance making others uncomfortable in ways they couldn't entirely articulate. The other children weren't deliberately cruel, but their natural tendency to avoid what seemed strange or frightening left Thanos with few companions and even fewer friends. His parents attempted to compensate for this social isolation by providing him with the finest education and training that Titan could offer. Private tutors introduced him to the accumulated knowledge of their civilization, while specialized instructors helped him develop his natural physical abilities. Yet despite their efforts to give him every advantage, they could not provide him with the one thing he truly craved: acceptance from his peers and a sense of belonging within their society. The intellectual gifts that Thanos displayed from an early age were remarkable even by eternal standards. His mind absorbed knowledge with an efficiency that amazed his tutors, and his capacity for complex analysis and strategic thinking soon surpassed that of individuals with centuries more experience. Yet these intellectual gifts only served to deepen his isolation, as his insights and observations often made others uncomfortable or challenged assumptions that had gone unquestioned for generations. Thanos' relationship with his younger brother Eros provided some measure of companionship during these early years, though even this relationship was complicated by their fundamental differences in personality and appearance. Eros was everything that Thanos was not: conventionally handsome, naturally charming, and easily accepted by their peers. Where Thanos had to struggle for recognition and respect, Eros received both effortlessly and without apparent effort or concern. The contrast between the brothers was particularly painful for Thanos because it highlighted not just his physical differences, but his psychological ones as well. Eros approached life with an optimism and joy that seemed natural and unforced, while Thanos found himself drawn to darker contemplations about the nature of existence and the inevitable fate that awaited all living things. These philosophical differences would grow more pronounced as they matured, eventually driving a wedge between them that would never be entirely healed. As Thanos reached adolescence, his intellectual development accelerated in ways that both impressed and concerned his tutors and family members. His understanding of mathematics, physics, and cosmic theory surpassed that of many adult Eternals, while his insights into psychology and social dynamics revealed a perception that was almost frightening in its clarity and depth. Yet these gifts came with a price, as his growing knowledge seemed to bring him little joy and even less peace. The philosophical questions that began to obsess Thanos during this period reflected both his intellectual sophistication and his emotional isolation. He became fascinated by questions of mortality, purpose, and the meaning of existence in a universe that seemed to operate according to mathematical principles rather than moral ones. His essays and theoretical work during this period showed a mind grappling with concepts that most beings never considered. Yet his conclusions were beginning to take on a distinctly pessimistic cast. Perhaps most significantly, Thanos began to develop his theories about population growth and resource consumption during his teenage years. His mathematical analysis of Titan's demographic trends led him to conclusions that made his teachers uncomfortable and his parents deeply concerned. He could see patterns and trajectories that others either couldn't perceive or refused to acknowledge, and his predictions about Titan's future were becoming increasingly dire. The young Thanos' attempts to share his concerns with others were generally met with dismissal or polite discouragement. The adults around him preferred to focus on more immediate concerns and more pleasant topics, while his peers found his preoccupations morbid and depressing. This rejection of his insights only served to deepen his conviction that he alone understood the true nature of the crisis facing their world. The academic presentations that Thanos began making during his late adolescence represented his first attempts to transform his theoretical understanding into practical proposals for action. His analysis of Titan's population growth, resource consumption, and ecological capacity was thorough and mathematically rigorous, leaving little room for argument about the basic facts of their situation. However, his proposed solutions were so radical and morally challenging that they were immediately rejected by virtually everyone who heard them. The central thesis of Thanos' early work was deceptively simple. Titan's population was growing faster than their ability to support it, and without drastic intervention, their civilization would collapse within a few generations. His calculations showed that even their advanced technology and careful resource management could not indefinitely support an ever-increasing population on a world with finite capacity. The mathematics were undeniable, yet the implications were too terrible for most Eternals to accept. Thanos' proposed solution was equally simple and equally horrifying. Voluntarily reduce Titan's population by exactly half, chosen at random to ensure fairness and eliminate bias. This reduction would restore the balance between population and resources, ensuring that Titan could continue to support its civilization for millennia to come. The survivors would inherit a world where resources were abundant and quality of life could be maintained at the highest possible levels. The reaction to these proposals was swift and uniformly negative. Titan's council dismissed them as the products of a disturbed mind, while his fellow academics refused to engage with the underlying mathematics because the conclusions were too morally repugnant to consider seriously. His parents, while maintaining their love for him, made it clear that they could not support such thinking, and encouraged him to focus his considerable talents on more constructive pursuits. The rejection of his ideas struck Thanos as fundamentally irrational and ultimately selfish. He could not understand how beings as intelligent as the Eternals could ignore mathematical proof simply because they found the implications uncomfortable. Their refusal to act on his warnings seemed to him to be a form of willful blindness that would ultimately doom their entire civilization to destruction and suffering. As the years passed and Titan's problems continued to worsen exactly as Thanos had predicted, his frustration with his people's inaction grew into something darker and more dangerous. He began to view their rejection of his solutions not as moral disagreement, but as intellectual cowardice and emotional weakness. In his mind, their inability to make the hard choices necessary for survival marked them as fundamentally flawed and perhaps unworthy of the paradise they had inherited. The final confrontation between Thanos and Titan's leadership came when his proposals had evolved from academic theories into concrete plans for implementation. He had developed detailed strategies for carrying out the population reduction he advocated, complete with selection mechanisms that would ensure fairness and efficiency. His presentation to the council was a masterpiece of logical argument and careful planning, yet its reception was even more hostile than his previous efforts. The council's response was not merely to reject his proposals, but to exile him from Titan entirely, declaring that his ideas were too dangerous to be tolerated within their society. They stripped him of his titles and privileges, banished him from the royal family, and made it clear that he would not be welcome to return as long as he continued to advocate for genocide as a solution to their problems. The exile was devastating for Thanos on both personal and philosophical levels. Personally, it meant the loss of his family, his home, and his place within the only society he had ever known. Philosophically, it confirmed his growing belief that most beings were too weak and selfish to make the difficult choices necessary for long-term survival. His banishment became the final proof that he alone possessed the wisdom and courage to save the universe from itself. The years immediately following his exile were spent wandering the galaxy, observing other civilizations, and documenting their struggles with the same fundamental problems that plagued Titan. Everywhere he went, Thanos found the same pattern: populations growing beyond their world's capacity to support them, resources being consumed faster than they could be replenished, and societies careening toward collapse. While their leaders refused to acknowledge the mathematical inevitability of their fate, each world he visited provided further confirmation of his theories and additional evidence for the necessity of his proposed solutions. Yet he also found that the leaders of these worlds were no more willing to accept hard truths than the Council of Titan had been. They preferred comfortable lies to uncomfortable facts, short-term solutions to long-term planning, and the illusion of endless growth to the reality of finite resources. During this period of wandering and observation, Thanos began to develop the broader philosophical framework that would guide his actions for the rest of his life. He came to believe that the universe itself was flawed, populated by beings who were constitutionally incapable of making the rational choices necessary for their own survival. Left to their own devices, these civilizations would inevitably destroy themselves through overpopulation, resource depletion, and the conflicts that arose from scarcity and competition. The solution, as Thanos saw it, was to impose the discipline and rationality that these civilizations could not provide for themselves. Someone with the wisdom to see the larger picture and the courage to make the necessary sacrifices would have to step forward and take responsibility for the universe's survival. The task would be thankless and would require sacrifices that would horrify those who were saved by it. But it was nevertheless necessary and morally justified. As his exile continued and his observations accumulated, Thanos began to formulate specific plans for how this universal intervention might be accomplished. The scope of the task was staggering. Billions of worlds across countless galaxies, each with its own population problems and resource limitations. No single individual, no matter how powerful or determined, could personally visit every world and implement the necessary changes through conventional means. The first hints of Thanos' future obsession with the Infinity Stones emerged during this period, as his research into cosmic forces and universal principles led him to ancient legends about artifacts of unimaginable power. These stories spoke of objects that could control the fundamental forces of reality itself, granting their wielder the ability to reshape existence according to their will. For someone facing a task as vast as universal population control, such power would be not just useful, but absolutely essential. Yet, even as these plans began to take shape in his mind, Thanos never entirely lost sight of the personal cost of his exile or the family he had left behind on Titan. His love for his parents remained strong despite their rejection of his ideas, and he continued to hope that they would eventually recognize the wisdom of his proposals when Titan's situation became too dire to ignore. That recognition would come too late to save anyone. The news of Titan's final collapse reached Thanos during his wanderings through the galaxy, delivered by refugees who had managed to escape their world's death throes in the final moments before complete environmental collapse. The reports confirmed everything that Thanos had predicted: mass starvation, social breakdown, resource wars, and ultimately the death of their entire civilization. Standing among the grieving survivors of his homeworld, Thanos felt a mixture of vindication and devastating sorrow that would shape every decision he made for the rest of his life. He had been right about Titan's fate, right about the necessity of drastic action, and right about the consequences of his people's refusal to act. Yet being right provided no comfort when the cost of others' wrongness was the destruction of everything and everyone he had ever loved. The survivors' accounts of Titan's final days were almost too painful for Thanos to hear, yet he forced himself to listen to every detail. His parents had died in the chaos, along with his brother Eros and virtually everyone else he had ever known. The beautiful world of his birth was now a lifeless husk, its cities empty, and its gardens withered, a monument to the consequences of willful blindness and moral cowardice. As the last of the survivors dispersed to find new homes among the stars, Thanos remained alone with his grief and his terrible certainty. Titan's death had proven beyond any doubt that his theories were correct and his solutions were necessary. The universe was filled with worlds following the same path toward destruction, populated by beings who would make the same mistakes that had doomed his people. Someone would have to save them from themselves, even if they could not understand or appreciate the salvation they were being offered. The transformation of Thanos from exiled prince to cosmic warlord did not happen overnight, but rather evolved gradually as his grief hardened into purpose and his theories crystallized into unshakable conviction. The young man who had pleaded with Titan's council to see reason became something harder and more implacable, a being who had learned that mercy and compassion were luxuries that the universe could not afford. In the solitude of deep space, surrounded by the wreckage of his former life and the weight of universal responsibility, Thanos began to plan the campaign that would define the rest of his existence. He would succeed where Titan's leaders had failed. He would have the courage to make the choices they had been too weak to make. He would save the universe from itself, regardless of the cost to himself or to those who could not understand the necessity of his actions. The path ahead was clear, even if it was darker than anything he had ever imagined during his youth on Titan. There would be no glory in it, no gratitude from those he saved, and no peace for himself until the work was done. Yet the alternative was the slow death of everything that existed, the gradual collapse of civilization after civilization, until the universe itself became a cold and empty wasteland, populated only by the bones of worlds that had been too proud or too frightened to save themselves. Standing at the crossroads between his past and his future, between the comfortable illusions of his youth and the harsh realities of cosmic responsibility, Thanos made the choice that would echo across the universe for generations to come. He would become what the universe needed him to become, even if it meant becoming something that no one, including himself, could love or forgive. The transformation had begun, and there would be no turning back from the path that led from the gardens of Titan to the throne of a mad god whose love for the universe would manifest as its greatest nightmare. Yet in the beginning, before the madness and the power and the terrible certainty, there had been simply a child who loved his world too much to watch it die. The transformation of Thanos, from grieving exile to galactic conqueror, was neither sudden nor simple, but rather a gradual evolution that unfolded over decades of wandering through the cosmos. The young prince who had wept for Titan's destruction slowly hardened into something darker and more terrible, shaped by countless encounters with civilizations that refused to learn from his world's fate and seemed determined to repeat its mistakes on an even grander scale. In those early years following Titan's collapse, Thanos sustained himself through a combination of righteous fury and genuine belief that he could prevent other worlds from suffering the same fate that had claimed his home. He traveled from system to system, offering his services as an advisor and consultant to planetary governments that were beginning to show the same warning signs that had preceded Titan's fall. His proposals were always the same: voluntary population reduction to restore the balance between civilization and resources. The rejections came with depressing regularity, each world's leaders finding reasons to dismiss his warnings and explanations for why their situation was different from Titan's. Some claimed that their technology would solve any resource problems. Others insisted that expansion to new worlds would provide unlimited growth opportunities, and still others simply refused to believe that such drastic measures could ever be necessary for civilized beings. With each rejection, Thanos' faith in the possibility of voluntary compliance diminished, while his conviction about the necessity of his mission only grew stronger. He began to see a pattern in these refusals that transcended individual worlds or species. Intelligent beings were apparently incapable of making decisions that required immediate sacrifice for long-term benefit. They would choose comfortable destruction over uncomfortable salvation every single time, regardless of the mathematical certainty of their fate. The philosophical shift that occurred during this period was subtle but profound, representing a fundamental change in how Thanos understood his role in the universe and his relationship to other living beings. Where he had once viewed himself as a teacher and advisor who could help others see the truth, he gradually came to see himself as a physician, treating patients who were too sick to understand their own condition. This medical metaphor became central to Thanos' developing worldview during these crucial years. Civilizations suffering from overpopulation were like patients with cancer, their growth having become malignant and ultimately fatal if left untreated. The treatment he offered was painful and traumatic, but it was also the only cure that could save the patient's life. A doctor did not ask a tumor's permission before removing it, and Thanos began to believe that he should not need to ask civilizations' permission before saving them from themselves. The first world where Thanos implemented his solution by force rather than persuasion was a small agricultural planet in a distant spiral arm, inhabited by a species of peaceful farmers who had filled their world beyond its capacity to support them. Their leaders had rejected his proposals with the same polite dismissal he had encountered everywhere else, choosing to trust in their traditional methods and agricultural techniques rather than accepting the mathematics of their situation. Thanos' intervention was swift and, by his own standards, merciful. His small fleet of ships appeared in their system without warning, overwhelming their minimal defenses and establishing orbital control within hours. The population reduction was carried out through random selection, with no regard for social status, age, or individual merit. Half of the planet's inhabitants were eliminated with clinical efficiency, while the other half were left with a world that could now support them comfortably for millennia to come. The survivors' reaction to their salvation was not gratitude but horror and rage, emotions that Thanos had anticipated but still found disappointing. They could not see past their immediate grief to understand the gift they had been given, the future generations that would now be able to live in comfort and security because of his intervention. Their inability to appreciate the necessity of his actions only confirmed his growing belief that most beings were too limited in their perspective to understand cosmic truths. The agricultural world became the template for hundreds of similar interventions over the following decades, as Thanos refined his methods and expanded his operations across multiple sectors of the galaxy. Each conquest followed the same pattern: arrival, assessment, implementation, and departure, leaving behind worlds that were mathematically balanced and sustainable, populated by survivors who were too traumatized and angry to appreciate their good fortune. The reputation that Thanos began to build during this period was carefully cultivated to serve his larger purposes. He wanted to be feared throughout the galaxy, not because he enjoyed the terror of others, but because fear could sometimes accomplish what reason could not. If civilizations were terrified enough of his intervention, they might be motivated to implement voluntary population controls before he arrived to impose involuntary ones. The title of Mad Titan emerged during this period, though those who used it rarely understood its true meaning. Thanos was not mad in the sense of being irrational or unpredictable, but rather mad in the sense of being driven by a vision so terrible and comprehensive that it transcended normal moral categories. His madness was the madness of absolute certainty, of knowing exactly what needed to be done regardless of the personal cost or the universal hatred it would generate. The military forces that Thanos assembled during these years reflected his practical approach to the problem of universal intervention. He needed armies that could conquer worlds quickly and efficiently, with minimal destruction to infrastructure and resources. The goal was never conquest for its own sake, but rather the implementation of population control policies that would ensure long-term sustainability. The Chitauri became his primary fighting force during this period, a species of cybernetically enhanced warriors whose hive mind structure made them ideal for coordinated military operations. Their lack of individual personality or emotional attachment made them perfect instruments for carrying out missions that required clinical detachment and absolute obedience to orders. They could eliminate half a population without being influenced by pleas for mercy or personal connections to their victims. The Sicarian gladiators provided another component of his growing military machine, offering individual skill and combat experience that complemented the Chitauri's mass coordination abilities. These warriors had been forged in the fighting pits of Sakaar, where survival depended on absolute ruthlessness and the ability to kill without hesitation or remorse. Their loyalty was purchased through victory and maintained through fear, but their effectiveness in combat was undeniable. The Outriders represented Thanos' most specialized military unit, creatures bred specifically for warfare and designed to overwhelm enemy forces through sheer numbers and ferocity. Unlike his other forces, the Outriders were not recruited from existing species but were created to serve his purposes. Living weapons whose only function was to kill and destroy according to his commands. The logistics of maintaining and coordinating these diverse military forces required organizational skills that tested even Thanos' considerable abilities. Each species had different requirements for food, shelter, and medical care, while their various technologies and fighting styles had to be integrated into coherent battle plans. The sanctuary ships that served as mobile bases for his operations were marvels of engineering that could support multiple species while providing the manufacturing and repair capabilities necessary for extended campaigns. Yet despite the growing scale and sophistication of his military operations, Thanos never lost sight of the personal dimension of his mission. Each world he conquered represented potential salvation for billions of future generations, while each individual eliminated was a necessary sacrifice to ensure that survival. The mathematics were always clear, even when the emotional reality was almost too painful to bear. The decision to begin adopting children from the worlds he conquered emerged from a complex mixture of practical and emotional motivations that reflected the deepest contradictions in Thanos' character. Practically, He needed agents who could operate in environments and situations where his armies would be ineffective or inappropriate. Emotionally, he was attempting to create a family that could understand and appreciate his mission in ways that his birth family never had. The selection criteria for these adoptions were as carefully considered as every other aspect of his operations. He looked for children who showed exceptional potential but whose families had been eliminated during his interventions. These orphans had lost everything to his mission, making them completely dependent on him for survival and advancement. Their grief and trauma could be channeled into loyalty and dedication if they were properly trained and motivated. The training methods that Thanos developed for his adopted children were designed to forge them into perfect instruments of his will, while also providing them with the skills and abilities they would need to survive in a dangerous universe. Physical conditioning, combat training, and weapons mastery were combined with education in tactics, technology, and the philosophical principles that guided his mission. Yet perhaps the most important element of their training was psychological conditioning that would ensure their absolute loyalty to his cause. The children were taught to see their original families and civilizations as weak and flawed, deserving of the fate that had befallen them. They were encouraged to view Thanos not as their conqueror, but as their savior, the one who had rescued them from worlds that were doomed by their own leaders' failures. The 4 individuals who would become known as the Black Order were the finest products of this training program, each representing a different aspect of the perfect warrior agent that Thanos hoped to create. Their diverse origins and abilities were carefully matched to create a team that could handle virtually any situation they might encounter in service to his mission. Ebony Maw had been found on a world of intellectual elites who had prided themselves on their philosophical sophistication and rhetorical skills. The conquest of his home planet had been accomplished, not through military force, but through careful manipulation of their political divisions and cultural conflicts. Maw's natural gifts for persuasion and mind control had been enhanced through training that made him capable of turning enemies into allies and sowing discord among even the most unified opponents. Under Thanos' guidance, Maw developed into more than just a skilled manipulator. He became a philosopher of conquest whose understanding of psychology and sociology allowed him to predict and control the behavior of entire populations. His loyalty to Thanos was built on intellectual admiration rather than emotional dependence, as he genuinely believed in the mathematical necessity of universal population control. Corvus Glaive emerged from a warrior culture that had already begun to collapse under the weight of endless resource wars and territorial conflicts. His species had developed incredible combat skills and tactical intelligence through centuries of internecine warfare, but they had been too proud and too aggressive to accept outside intervention until it was almost too late. Corvus had been among the few survivors of his world's final civil war, a conflict that had eliminated most of his people more efficiently than any external conquest could have achieved. Thanos recognized in Corvus not just a skilled warrior, but a natural leader who could coordinate complex military operations across multiple battlefields. His training focused on strategic thinking and command responsibility, developing his ability to see the larger picture of any conflict, while also maintaining the combat skills that had kept him alive during his world's destruction. The symbiotic relationship between Corvus and his glaive weapon represented one of Thanos' most successful experiments in combining biological and technological enhancement. The weapon was not merely a tool but an extension of Corvus's life force, granting him abilities that transcended normal physical limitations, while also ensuring that he could never truly be separated from Thanos' service. Proxima Midnight had been discovered on a world where gender-based social divisions had prevented effective cooperation in the face of mounting environmental crises. Her natural fighting abilities and tactical intelligence had been suppressed by cultural expectations about appropriate roles for females, leaving her potential largely undeveloped despite her obvious gifts. Under Thanos' training, Proxima became a perfect synthesis of warrior skill and strategic thinking, equally capable of leading armies and engaging in personal combat. Her loyalty to Thanos was intensified by gratitude for the opportunities he had provided and the recognition he had given to abilities that her birth culture had ignored or suppressed. The relationship between Proxima and Corvus that developed during their training represented exactly the kind of partnership that Thanos hoped to foster among his agents. Their mutual respect and complementary abilities made them more effective as a team than either could have been individually, while their shared dedication to the mission ensured that personal relationships would never interfere with operational requirements. Cull Obsidian had been found among the survivors of a world where physical strength had been the primary determinant of social status and political power. His species had developed incredible size and durability through natural selection pressures, but they had been so focused on individual combat prowess that they had failed to develop the cooperative instincts necessary for addressing large-scale challenges. Thanos' training of Cull focused on channeling his natural aggression and physical abilities into disciplined military service. Rather than the chaotic violence that had characterized his species' approach to conflict, Cull learned to apply his strength with precision and purpose, becoming a living weapon that could be deployed against specific targets with devastating effect. The psychological conditioning that accompanied Cull's physical training was designed to redirect his natural violent impulses toward approved targets while ensuring absolute obedience to authority. His simple but powerful mind was well suited to this kind of conditioning, and he became perhaps the most reliable and uncomplicated of Thanos' agents. The Black Order's first missions as a complete unit demonstrated the effectiveness of Thanos' training methods and selection criteria. They could operate independently across vast distances, coordinating their activities through advanced communication technology while adapting their tactics to local conditions and specific mission requirements. Their success rate was nearly perfect, and their reputation began to precede them across the galaxy. Yet, even as he celebrated the success of his training program and the effectiveness of his new agents, Thanos was already planning for acquisitions that would transcend mere military conquest. The Black Order could handle conventional threats and standard population control operations, but his ultimate goal would require agents with even more specialized abilities and deeper personal connections to his mission. The conquest of Zenhuberi marked a turning point in Thanos' approach to building his surrogate family, as it was the first time he had encountered a child whose potential seemed to match or even exceed that of his carefully trained Black Order members. The little girl who would become Gamora displayed a courage and defiance that impressed him, even as her world burned around her, showing qualities that could not be taught or conditioned but had to be innate. The moment when Thanos first encountered Gamora has been preserved in his memory with perfect clarity, a scene that would replay in his mind countless times over the years that followed. She stood among the chaos and destruction of her world's conquest, a small figure facing down armored Chitauri soldiers with nothing but her own fierce determination and an absolute refusal to show fear or submit to intimidation. What impressed Thanos most about the encounter was not her bravery, which was admirable but not unique among the children of conquered worlds, but rather her tactical thinking and situational awareness. Even as a child, she had recognized that direct confrontation with superior forces was futile, so she had chosen to position herself where her defiance would have the maximum psychological impact on both her enemies and her own people. The conversation between them in those first moments established the dynamic that would define their relationship for decades to come. Thanos saw in her not just another potential agent, but a kindred spirit who understood that strength sometimes required making choices that others could not understand or accept. She saw in him not just another conqueror, but a figure whose power was matched by a philosophy that, however terrible, was at least consistent and principled. The decision to adopt Gamora rather than simply recruiting her represented a significant evolution in Thanos' thinking about the relationship between personal attachment and operational effectiveness. His other agents were loyal and skilled, but their connection to him was ultimately professional rather than emotional. With Gamora, he was creating something deeper and more complex. A father-daughter relationship that would be built on shared understanding of cosmic necessity rather than simple biological connection. The training program that Thanos designed specifically for Gamora differed significantly from the methods he had used with the Black Order. Where his other agents had been shaped primarily through discipline and conditioning, Gamora's development was guided by education and philosophical instruction. He wanted her to understand not just how to carry out his mission, but why that mission was necessary and morally justified. The combat training was intense and comprehensive, covering every form of personal combat from hand-to-hand fighting to advanced weapons systems. Gamora's natural agility and quick reflexes were enhanced through exercises that pushed her physical capabilities to their absolute limits, while her tactical thinking was developed through complex simulation exercises that tested her ability to adapt to unexpected situations. Yet the intellectual component of her training was equally important, as Thanos sought to create in her a true believer who would carry on his mission with the same dedication and philosophical clarity that drove his own actions. Their conversations during this period covered everything from cosmic philosophy to practical ethics, from mathematical analysis of population dynamics to the psychological principles that governed individual and collective behavior. The relationship that developed between Thanos and Gamora during these training years was perhaps the only genuinely loving connection that the Mad Titan would ever experience after the loss of his birth family. His affection for her was real and deep, unmarred by the calculating pragmatism that characterized most of his other relationships. She represented not just his finest student, but his greatest hope for creating a legacy that would outlast his own existence. Gamora's response to this training was complex and evolved over time as she matured from child to young adult. Initially, she embraced both the physical and philosophical aspects of her education, with the enthusiasm of someone who had found purpose and meaning after the trauma of losing her original family. Thanos' attention and approval filled a psychological void that had been created by the destruction of her world. Yet as she grew older and began to develop her own moral framework, Gamora started to question some of the assumptions that underlay Thanos' philosophy. Her first-hand experience of conquest and population reduction gave her insights into the human cost of his methods that he himself seemed unable or unwilling to acknowledge. The theoretical necessity of his actions was clear to her intellectually, but the emotional reality was becoming increasingly difficult to accept. The acquisition of Nebula followed a similar pattern, but with significantly different results, reflecting both the differences in their personalities and the lessons that Thanos had learned from his experience with Gamora. Where Gamora's adoption had been motivated primarily by recognition of her exceptional potential, Nebula's recruitment was more calculated and strategic. Nebula's homeworld had been populated by a cyborg species that had begun replacing biological components with mechanical ones as a response to resource scarcity and environmental degradation. Their technology was impressive, but their approach to survival was ultimately flawed because it addressed symptoms rather than causes. The fundamental problem of overpopulation remained unchanged, regardless of how efficiently their mechanical bodies could operate. The conquest of the Lupomoid worlds demonstrated Thanos' growing military sophistication and the effectiveness of his expanding forces. The campaign was swift and decisive, with minimal damage to infrastructure and maximum efficiency in population reduction. The mechanical nature of the Luphamoid physiology actually made the process easier, as their cybernetic systems could be shut down remotely once their command structures were compromised. Nebula's selection from among the survivors was based partly on her obvious combat potential and technological aptitude, but also on psychological factors that Thanos hoped would make her more compliant and loyal than Gamora had proven to be. Her extensive cybernetic modifications had already separated her from purely biological existence, making her seem more like a constructed tool than a natural being. The training relationship between Thanos and Nebula was markedly different from his approach with Gamora, reflecting both his growing understanding of psychological conditioning and his recognition that different individuals require different motivational strategies. Where Gamora had been educated and persuaded, Nebula was programmed and conditioned through a combination of reward and punishment that was designed to create absolute obedience. The competitive dynamic that Thanos deliberately fostered between Gamora and Nebula served multiple purposes within his larger strategy for building a loyal and effective family of agents. Competition would drive both children to develop their abilities more rapidly and completely than either could have achieved in isolation. It would also prevent them from forming alliances against him by ensuring that their primary loyalty was always to their father rather than to each other. The psychological impact of this competitive conditioning was profound and lasting for both children, though it affected them in different ways. Gamora's natural superiority in most areas of training made her confident and assertive, but it also made her somewhat contemptuous of others' limitations. Nebula's constant defeats generated a desperate hunger for approval and recognition that made her increasingly willing to take extreme risks and accept painful modifications in pursuit of victory. The modification process that Nebula underwent as punishment for her failures represented some of the most morally questionable aspects of Thanos' child-rearing methods. Each defeat resulted in the replacement of another biological component with a mechanical one, supposedly to make her stronger and more capable, but actually serving as a form of psychological torture that reminded her constantly of her inadequacy. Thanos justified these modifications as necessary for Nebula's development and ultimate effectiveness as an agent. He genuinely believed that her biological limitations were holding her back from achieving her potential, and that mechanical enhancements would allow her to compete more effectively with Gamora's natural advantages. Yet, there was also an element of calculated cruelty in the process, designed to motivate her through fear and desperation. The long-term effects of this treatment were exactly what any psychologist might have predicted. Nebula became increasingly unstable and resentful, her loyalty to Thanos undermined by her growing awareness of the psychological manipulation that had shaped her development. Her relationship with Gamora was poisoned by jealousy and competition, preventing the sisterly bond that might have provided emotional support for both children. Despite these problems, or perhaps because of them, Nebula became one of Thanos' most effective agents during the period when he was building his reputation as a galactic conqueror. Her desperate need for approval made her willing to take on the most dangerous assignments, while her mechanical enhancements gave her capabilities that purely biological agents could not match. The recruitment of Ronan the Accuser as an ally rather than an adopted child represented another evolution in Thanos' strategic thinking during this period. Rather than trying to build all of his agents from scratch through training and conditioning, he began to recognize that some objectives could be achieved more efficiently by forming temporary alliances with individuals who had their own motivations for carrying out his mission. Ronan's fanatical devotion to Kree supremacy and his hatred of Xandar made him a perfect partner for operations that required someone with local knowledge and personal investment in the outcome. His access to Kree military resources and his reputation within the existing power structures of his region provided capabilities that Thanos' own forces could not easily replicate. The alliance with Ronan was structured as a mutually beneficial arrangement rather than a master-servant relationship, reflecting Thanos' recognition that forced loyalty was often less reliable than voluntary cooperation. Ronan would receive military support for his own campaigns against Xandar, while Thanos would gain access to intelligence about the Power Stone's location and guardians. Yet, even as he negotiated these alliances and built his military forces, Thanos was beginning to understand that conventional conquest and political manipulation would never be sufficient to achieve his ultimate goal. The universe was simply too vast, containing too many worlds and too many civilizations for any individual or organization to conquer and reform through traditional methods. The limitations of the military approach became clear through simple mathematical analysis of the time and resources that would be required to personally visit and balance every populated world in the universe. Even with the most efficient methods and the largest possible armies, the task would take millions of years to complete, during which time new civilizations would emerge and existing ones would grow beyond sustainable levels. The solution to this problem would require power on a scale that transcended conventional military force. Power that could reshape reality itself according to the wielder's will. The ancient legends that Thanos had encountered during his wanderings began to take on new significance as he recognized that myth and reality might be more closely connected than most beings understood. The Infinity Stones represented exactly the kind of cosmic power that would be necessary to implement universal population control efficiently and permanently. If the legends were true, and if such artifacts actually existed, they would provide the means to accomplish his mission without the need for endless military campaigns and political negotiations. The snap of a finger could accomplish what armies could not achieve in millennia of warfare. The transition from military conquest to cosmic quest represented the final stage in Thanos' evolution from grieving exile to mad god. The warlord who had spent decades building armies and conquering worlds was preparing to become something entirely different, a seeker of ultimate power whose success would either save the universe or destroy it completely. The first whispers of the Infinity Stones reached Thanos through fragments of ancient texts and half-remembered legends encountered during his wanderings across the galaxy. These were not the clear historical records that civilized worlds maintained about their own affairs, but rather the mythological remnants of events so old and so catastrophic that they had passed beyond history into legend, beyond fact, into something that might have been dismissed as fantasy, if not for the consistent details that appeared across multiple unconnected sources. The initial references were tantalizingly vague, speaking of 6 primordial forces that had existed before the current universe took shape, artifacts of such immense power that they could control the fundamental aspects of reality itself: space, time, mind, soul, power, and reality. The 6 concepts that defined existence were supposedly embodied in physical objects that could be held in a mortal hand and wielded by a sufficiently strong will. The scholars and mystics who preserved these legends often disagreed about the details of their origins, their capabilities, and their current locations, but they were unanimous in their warnings about the dangers of seeking such power. Every story ended the same way. Those who pursued the stones were either destroyed by them or transformed into something no longer recognizable as their original selves. The power to reshape reality came with a price that few beings could afford to pay. Yet for someone facing the impossible task of balancing population and resources across an entire universe, Such warnings seemed less like deterrents than like challenges to be overcome through sufficient preparation and understanding. Thanos began to view the stones not as cosmic threats but as cosmic solutions, tools that had been scattered across creation, specifically to serve the purpose that he had been destined to fulfill. The philosophical framework that Thanos developed around the Infinity Stones during this period reflected his growing certainty that his mission was not merely his own idea, but rather the expression of some deeper cosmic purpose. The stones' existence could not be coincidental, nor could their powers be random. They had been created or preserved specifically to serve the function that he intended to use them for, making his quest not just justified but inevitable. This sense of cosmic destiny became increasingly important to Thanos' psychological development as he transitioned from conventional warlord to seeker of ultimate power. The burden of universal responsibility was almost too heavy for any individual consciousness to bear, but the belief that he was fulfilling a predetermined role rather than pursuing a personal ambition made the weight more manageable. The research that Thanos conducted into the stone's individual properties and capabilities was as thorough and systematic as any scientific investigation. He gathered information from every available source, cross-referenced conflicting accounts, and gradually assembled a comprehensive understanding of what each stone could do and how they might work together to serve his purposes. The Space Stone, known by various names across different cultures and historical periods, controlled the fundamental force that separated objects and locations from each other. With it, distance became meaningless and travel became instantaneous. The wielder could move themselves or others across any distance, from one side of a room to the opposite end of the universe, with equal ease and precision. For someone whose mission required intervention on billions of worlds across countless galaxies, the Space Stone represented the solution to the most basic logistical challenge he faced. No longer would he need to spend decades traveling between target worlds or maintaining vast fleets to transport his armies. He could appear anywhere in the universe without warning, implement his population control measures, and move on to the next world before any coordinated resistance could be organized. The Mind Stone's power over consciousness and thought offered even more intriguing possibilities for someone seeking to reshape civilizations according to rational principles. Rather than having to conquer each world through military force and impose population controls against the will of the inhabitants, he could potentially use the stone's influence to make entire populations understand the necessity of his interventions and accept them willingly. The philosophical implications of this approach were complex and troubling, even for someone who had already accepted the necessity of genocide as a tool of cosmic preservation. Using the Mind Stone to alter people's thoughts and beliefs would eliminate their free will and reduce them to puppets acting out roles that he had written for them. Yet if the alternative was the destruction of their entire civilization through overpopulation and resource depletion, perhaps such manipulation was not just acceptable but morally required. The Reality Stone represented perhaps the most versatile and powerful of the 6 artifacts, offering the ability to transform the fundamental nature of existence itself according to the wielder's desires. With such power, Thanos could potentially solve the overpopulation problem not through elimination but through transformation, creating new worlds and expanding existing ones to provide unlimited resources for unlimited populations. Yet as Thanos studied the legends surrounding the Reality Stone, he began to understand that such apparently benevolent solutions carried their own dangers and limitations. Reality was not merely a collection of physical objects that could be rearranged at will, but rather a complex system of interconnected forces and relationships that could be destabilized by even well-intentioned modifications. Changing one aspect of reality might create unpredictable cascading effects that could ultimately cause more harm than the original problem. The Time Stone's mastery over temporal forces offered another approach to the universal balance problem, potentially allowing Thanos to prevent overpopulation by slowing or reversing the passage of time on worlds that were approaching their resource limits. Alternatively, he could accelerate the development of less advanced civilizations, allowing them to achieve sustainable population levels before their growth became problematic. However, Thanos' research into temporal manipulation revealed that time was perhaps the most dangerous force in the universe to tamper with. Every change to the timeline created ripple effects that extended infinitely into both past and future, potentially unraveling the entire structure of causality that held reality together. The power to control time was ultimately the power to destroy everything that had ever existed or ever would exist. The Power Stone was the most straightforward of the 6 artifacts, offering pure destructive force that could obliterate planets, stars, or entire solar systems with equal ease. While such capability was certainly impressive and potentially useful, it represented the kind of blunt instrument approach that Thanos was trying to move beyond in his strategic thinking. The Soul Stone remained the most mysterious and troubling of the artifacts, with legends that were both vague and ominous about its true nature and capabilities. Some sources suggested that it could control or manipulate the essential life force that animated all living beings, while others hinted at even more esoteric powers related to consciousness, identity, and the boundary between life and death. What made the Soul Stone particularly intriguing to Thanos was the consistent theme in all the legends that it required a special price from those who sought to claim it. Unlike the other stones, which could supposedly be taken through force or cunning, the Soul Stone demanded something that could not be stolen or coerced, a genuine sacrifice of something truly precious to the seeker. As Thanos' understanding of the individual stones deepened, he began to contemplate the possibilities that would emerge from combining their powers into a single, coordinated instrument of cosmic change. The legends spoke of an artifact called the Infinity Gauntlet, a device specifically designed to channel and focus the combined energies of all 6 stones safely and effectively. The theoretical capabilities of the completed Infinity Gauntlet were almost beyond comprehension, even for someone with Thanos' cosmic perspective and advanced understanding of universal forces. With all 6 stones working in harmony, the wielder would possess power that was essentially unlimited within the confines of their own universe. Matter, energy, space, time, thought, and life itself would all be subject to modification according to the wielder's will. For Thanos, the most appealing aspect of this unlimited power was its efficiency and precision. Rather than having to conquer billions of worlds individually and implement population controls through military force, he could accomplish universal balance with a single action that would affect every living being simultaneously. The randomness of the selection process would ensure fairness, while the instantaneous nature of the effect would minimize suffering and trauma. The snap that would eliminate exactly half of all life in the universe became the central focus of Thanos' strategic planning during this period. He spent countless hours calculating the precise effects of such an action, modeling the demographic and ecological consequences for different types of civilizations, and ensuring that the result would be sustainable balance rather than merely arbitrary destruction. The mathematical elegance of the solution appealed to Thanos' orderly mind, almost as much as its moral necessity appealed to his sense of cosmic responsibility. 50% was not an arbitrary figure, but rather the precise reduction that would restore sustainable balance to the vast majority of civilizations without causing complete social collapse. Enough would survive to maintain their cultures and technologies, but not so many that resource competition would immediately resume. The psychological preparation that Thanos underwent during this period was perhaps as important as his strategic planning and resource gathering. The power to reshape reality according to his will would require a level of mental discipline and emotional control that few beings could achieve or maintain. The temptation to use such power for personal benefit rather than cosmic necessity would be enormous, and the potential for corruption was equally great. The meditation and mental conditioning exercises that Thanos developed for himself during these years were designed to reinforce his commitment to his mission, while also preparing him to resist the seductive allure of unlimited power. He needed to remain focused on his original goal of universal balance, rather than being distracted by the countless other possibilities that the stones would make available to him. The vision of his ultimate retirement that sustained Thanos through the difficult preparation period was simple and deliberately modest. Once his mission was complete and universal balance had been restored, he would retreat to a quiet agricultural world where he could spend his remaining years in peaceful contemplation of the universe he had saved. The power that had enabled his great work would be discarded or destroyed, ensuring that it could never be misused by others or tempt him into further interference with the natural order. This retirement fantasy was more than just a personal comfort for Thanos. It was an essential component of his moral framework that distinguished his mission from simple conquest or tyranny. A tyrant sought power for its own sake and held on to it indefinitely, while a cosmic physician would use power only as long as necessary to heal the patient and then relinquish it completely. The search for the individual Infinity Stones would require resources and capabilities that exceeded even Thanos' considerable military and intelligence gathering assets. Each stone was protected by different types of guardians, hidden in different types of locations, and surrounded by different types of defenses. Some were guarded by powerful cosmic entities. Others were hidden on primitive worlds whose inhabitants didn't understand what they possessed, and still others were embedded in artifacts or devices that concealed their true nature. The Space Stone's location within the Tesseract on Asgard represented one of the most challenging acquisition targets, as the Asgardians were among the most powerful and technologically advanced civilizations in the known universe. Their military capabilities were formidable. Their magical defenses were virtually impenetrable, and their political connections throughout the Nine Realms made any direct assault extremely costly and difficult. The Mind Stone's placement within Loki's scepter and later within Vision's forehead created a completely different set of challenges, as it was integrated into living beings rather than simply being stored in a vault or treasury. Extracting it would require either the cooperation of its host or the host's death, neither of which would be easy to arrange given the protective instincts of Earth's heroes. The Reality Stone's concealment within the Aether and its subsequent storage with the Collector represented yet another type of challenge, as it was hidden within a substance that was actively hostile to most forms of life. The Collector's reputation for acquiring and preserving rare artifacts made him a formidable guardian, while his extensive security systems and defensive capabilities made direct assault problematic. The Power Stone's protection by the Nova Corps on Xandar reflected a more conventional military challenge, but one that was complicated by the stone's own defensive properties and the Corps' willingness to sacrifice themselves to prevent its acquisition. Their reputation for courage and tactical skill made them dangerous opponents, while their distributed command structure made it difficult to achieve decisive victory through targeted strikes against leadership. The Time Stone's guardianship by the Masters of the Mystic Arts on Earth presented perhaps the most complex challenge of all, as it was protected not just by physical defenses but by individuals whose understanding of cosmic forces rivaled Thanos' own. Doctor Strange and his fellow sorcerers possessed knowledge and abilities that could potentially counter even the power of the other stones, making direct confrontation extremely risky. The Soul Stone's location remained the greatest mystery of all, with legends that were so vague and contradictory that Thanos despaired of ever finding reliable information about its whereabouts or guardians. The requirement for sacrifice that appeared in every reference to the stone suggested that its acquisition would be more costly than simply overcoming external defenses, demanding a price that might be too high even for someone committed to universal salvation. The decision to work through intermediaries and allies, rather than attempting to acquire the stones personally, represented a calculated strategy based on risk assessment and resource conservation. Each stone was protected by different types of defenses, and a direct assault on all 6 simultaneously would require forces and capabilities that even Thanos did not possess. By working through agents like Loki and Ronan, Thanos could leverage their local knowledge, existing resources, and personal motivations, while minimizing his own exposure to risk and retaliation. If these agents succeeded, he would gain access to the stones without revealing his ultimate intentions or capabilities. If they failed, he would at least learn valuable information about the stone's defenses and the capabilities of their guardians. The psychological profile that Thanos developed for each of his potential allies was as detailed and careful as any military intelligence assessment. He needed to understand not just their capabilities and resources, but also their motivations, their weaknesses, and the specific incentives that would ensure their cooperation with his objectives. Loki's psychological makeup was particularly well suited to Thanos' purposes, as the Asgardian prince's combination of ambition, resentment, and magical ability made him an ideal agent for operations requiring subtlety and deception. His desire for recognition and power could be channeled toward objectives that served Thanos' larger mission, while his natural cunning and strategic thinking made him capable of adapting to unexpected circumstances. The Mind Stone's placement within the scepter that Thanos provided to Loki was both a tool and a test, designed to enhance Loki's natural abilities while also demonstrating the kind of power that awaited those who served Thanos faithfully. The stone's influence over consciousness and thought would make Loki's conquest of Earth more efficient and less destructive, while also providing Thanos with valuable intelligence about the stone's capabilities and limitations. Ronan the Accuser's fanatical dedication to Kree supremacy made him an even more reliable ally than Loki, as his motivations were ideological rather than personal. His hatred of Xandar and his commitment to Kree expansion was so intense that they overrode normal considerations of self-preservation and rational risk assessment. Such fanaticism was dangerous and unpredictable, but it was also incredibly useful for missions that required absolute commitment regardless of personal cost. The military support that Thanos provided to Ronan was carefully calculated to enhance the Accuser's existing capabilities without making him so powerful that he might become a threat to Thanos' own objectives. The Chitauri forces and advanced weaponry were sufficient to tip the balance in Ronan's favor against Xandar, but not enough to challenge Thanos' supremacy if the alliance soured. The intelligence networks that Thanos developed during this period were as important as his military forces for gathering information about the stone's locations and capabilities. Spies and informants throughout the galaxy provided a constant stream of reports about cosmic artifacts, powerful beings, and unusual events that might be related to his quest. The analysis and correlation of this intelligence required computational capabilities that exceeded those of most civilizations, leading Thanos to invest heavily in advanced information processing systems and artificial intelligence networks. These systems could identify patterns and connections that would be invisible to biological minds, while also maintaining the security and secrecy that were essential for his mission's success. The sanctuary ships that served as Thanos' mobile headquarters were redesigned during this period to support his expanding intelligence and research operations. Vast databases stored information about every known civilization and cosmic phenomenon, while advanced analysis systems continuously processed new data and updated strategic assessments. The ships became not just military bases, but also cosmic libraries, containing the accumulated knowledge of thousands of conquered worlds. The philosophical evolution that accompanied Thanos' growing understanding of the Infinity Stones reflected his transition from someone who sought to solve a problem to someone who had become convinced that he was destiny's chosen instrument for cosmic salvation. The stone's existence was proof that the universe itself recognized the necessity of his mission and had provided the tools necessary for its completion. This sense of cosmic purpose became central to Thanos' identity during the years of preparation and planning that preceded his direct intervention. He was no longer simply Thanos of Titan, the exiled prince who had witnessed his world's destruction. He had become something larger and more significant, the universe's designated agent for restoration and balance, chosen by forces beyond mortal understanding to carry out work that no one else could comprehend or accomplish. The meditation practices that Thanos developed during this period were designed to maintain his connection to this larger purpose while also preparing him mentally for the sacrifices that would be required. The path to universal salvation would demand actions that would horrify lesser beings and test the resolve of even the most dedicated cosmic servant. He needed to cultivate a form of detachment that would allow him to do what was necessary without being paralyzed by doubt or emotion. The isolation that these preparations required was profound and nearly absolute, as Thanos recognized that very few beings could understand or support his mission once its true scope became apparent. Even his most loyal agents and adopted children would struggle to comprehend the necessity of eliminating half of all life, including themselves if randomness so decreed. The burden of cosmic knowledge could not be shared without diluting the resolve necessary for its implementation. The studies that Thanos conducted into the historical uses of individual Infinity Stones provided both inspiration and warning about the challenges he would face in wielding such power safely and effectively. Previous wielders had often been destroyed or driven insane by the energies they had attempted to control, while others had become so corrupted by power that they had lost sight of their original objectives entirely. The Red Skull's transformation and banishment, after handling the Space Stone, served as a particularly instructive example of the dangers involved in seeking cosmic power without proper preparation and understanding. His obsession with the Tesseract had led to his physical transformation and dimensional exile, demonstrating that the stones were not merely tools, but conscious forces that would test the worthiness of those who sought to use them. The various celestial conflicts and cosmic wars that had involved individual stones provided additional case studies in both the potential and the perils of wielding such artifacts. The power to reshape reality was apparently so seductive that even beings of cosmic awareness and vast experience could be corrupted by it, suggesting that Thanos would need extraordinary mental discipline to avoid similar corruption. The strategic advantages that would come from possessing multiple stones simultaneously were almost impossible to calculate accurately, as the synergistic effects of combining different cosmic forces were largely theoretical and untested. However, Thanos' mathematical models suggested that each additional stone would exponentially increase the wielder's capabilities, rather than simply adding to them arithmetically. The defensive capabilities of a multi-stone wielder would approach absolute invulnerability, as attacks could be deflected with the Power Stone, their effects negated with the Reality Stone, or their timing manipulated with the Time Stone. No conventional military force, no matter how large or technologically advanced, could hope to challenge someone who possessed such comprehensive control over the fundamental forces of existence. The offensive potential was equally staggering, ranging from the ability to destroy entire star systems with focused energy to the power to rewrite the laws of physics themselves to make enemy technologies ineffective. Yet for Thanos, the most appealing aspect of such power was not its destructive potential, but rather its creative possibilities and the precision with which it could be applied. The snap that would eliminate exactly 50% of all life represented the perfect synthesis of power and restraint, demonstrating cosmic authority while also showing cosmic mercy. It would be simultaneously the most violent act in universal history and the most compassionate, saving trillions of future lives through the sacrifice of trillions of present ones. The Infinity Gauntlet itself became an object of intense study and speculation during Thanos' preparation period, as the legends suggested that even possessing all 6 stones would be useless without a proper focusing device to channel and control their combined energies. The gauntlet was not merely a storage container, but rather a sophisticated piece of cosmic engineering that would allow a mortal being to wield forces that were normally the province of abstract entities and fundamental forces. The search for someone capable of creating such a device led Thanos to research the greatest artificers and weaponsmiths in the known universe. The dwarves of Nidavellir possessed a reputation for creating artifacts that could channel cosmic forces, having forged weapons for gods and cosmic entities throughout their long history. Their understanding of exotic materials and energy manipulation made them the logical choice for such a crucial commission. Yet, approaching the dwarves would require careful planning and significant leverage, as they were known to be both proud and principled in their approach to their craft. They would not willingly create a weapon capable of universal genocide, regardless of the compensation offered or the threats made against them. Compelling their cooperation would require methods that Thanos found distasteful but nonetheless necessary. The location of Nidavellir within the 9 realms under Asgardian protection added another layer of complexity to the acquisition challenge, as any action against the dwarves would inevitably bring Thanos into conflict with Odin and the full might of Asgardian military power. Such a confrontation would be both costly and premature, potentially alerting other cosmic powers to his intentions before he was ready to face their coordinated opposition. The decision to defer the creation of the Infinity Gauntlet until after he had acquired at least some of the stones reflected Thanos' strategic patience and long-term thinking. Approaching the dwarves with stones already in his possession would demonstrate both his commitment to the mission and his capability to carry it out, making their cooperation more likely and their resistance more futile. The timeline that Thanos established for his stone acquisition campaign reflected both the urgency of the universal population crisis and the practical limitations of challenging such powerful guardians simultaneously. Each stone would require a different approach and different resources, while the order of acquisition would need to account for how each success would affect the difficulty of subsequent attempts. The Mind Stone represented the logical starting point for his direct intervention, as it was currently in the possession of beings who were unaware of its true nature and incapable of using its full power effectively. Loki's failure to conquer Earth had left the stone in the hands of Hydra scientists, who viewed it as merely an advanced energy source rather than as one of the fundamental forces of creation. Retrieving the Mind Stone from Earth would also serve as a test of his force's capabilities against the planet's defenders, providing valuable intelligence about their tactics, abilities, and weaknesses that would be crucial for future operations. The Avengers had proven themselves capable of defeating Loki and his Chitauri army, but their performance against Thanos himself remained to be determined. The Space Stone's location within Asgard's treasury made it a more challenging target, but also a more valuable one, given its importance for his overall strategic mobility. Acquiring it would require either the fall of Asgard itself or a significant distraction that would allow covert retrieval operations to succeed. The Power Stone's protection by the Nova Corps represented a conventional military challenge that could be addressed through superior force and tactical planning. While the Corps was renowned for their courage and dedication, they were ultimately a mortal military organization facing an enemy with vastly superior resources and cosmic-level capabilities. The Reality Stone's storage with the Collector offered opportunities for negotiation and exchange rather than outright conquest, as the Collector's primary motivation was the acquisition and preservation of rare artifacts rather than their use for any particular purpose. He might be willing to trade the stone for other items of equivalent rarity and value. The Time Stone's guardianship by the Masters of the Mystic Arts would require the most careful approach, as these sorcerers possessed both the knowledge to use the stone effectively and the wisdom to understand the implications of Thanos' mission. They would not surrender the stone willingly, but they might be willing to negotiate if presented with sufficiently compelling arguments about cosmic necessity. The Soul Stone remained the greatest unknown in his planning, as its location was still a mystery and its acquisition requirements were poorly understood. However, Thanos was confident that the information he sought would become available once he had demonstrated his worthiness by successfully acquiring some of the other stones. As his plans solidified and his preparations neared completion, Thanos began to experience a strange mixture of anticipation and melancholy that reflected the magnitude of what he was about to attempt. Success would mean the salvation of the universe and the fulfillment of his life's purpose. But it would also mean accepting responsibility for actions that would make him the most hated being in existence. The loneliness that would accompany universal balance was perhaps the greatest personal sacrifice that Thanos would be required to make. Once his mission was complete, he would be surrounded by beings who viewed him as a monster rather than a savior, isolated by his actions even more completely than he had been isolated by his appearance during his youth on Titan. Yet this loneliness was also proof of the purity of his motives and the selflessness of his mission. Someone who sought personal aggrandizement would surround himself with worshippers and sycophants, while someone who sought universal salvation would accept universal hatred as the price of doing what was right, rather than what was popular or comfortable. The final preparations for beginning his stone acquisition campaign were marked by a sense of crossing a threshold from which there could be no return. Once he began actively seeking the Infinity Stones, every cosmic power in the universe would eventually recognize the threat he represented and unite to stop him. The campaign would have to be swift and decisive, completed before his enemies could organize effective resistance. The farewells that Thanos made to his agents and adopted children during this period carried a weight that none of them fully understood at the time. He was not merely departing on another conquest, but embarking on a mission that would transform him into something beyond their ability to recognize or follow. The father they had known would not survive the acquisition of cosmic power, regardless of whether the mission succeeded or failed. Standing on the bridge of his flagship and gazing out at the infinite expanse of space that contained his destiny, Thanos felt the weight of universal responsibility settling upon his shoulders like a mantle of cosmic authority. The time for preparation and planning had ended, and the time for action had begun. The universe would be balanced, regardless of the cost to himself or to those who could not understand the necessity of what he was about to do. The Mad Titan's greatest campaign was about to begin, and nothing in the universe would ever be the same again. The failures that would ultimately force Thanos to abandon his strategy of working through intermediaries began with what had initially seemed like his most promising alliance. Loki Laufeyson possessed exactly the combination of ambition, cunning, and magical ability that made him an ideal agent for infiltrating Earth's defenses and securing the tesseract that contained the Space Stone. His personal motivations aligned perfectly with Thanos' objectives, while his knowledge of both Asgardian technology and Earth's vulnerabilities provided advantages that no other available agent could offer. The relationship between Thanos and Loki during the planning stages of the Chitauri invasion reflected the Mad Titan's sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and motivational dynamics. Rather than simply commanding Loki's obedience through threats or coercion, Thanos appealed to the Asgardian prince's deepest needs and desires, offering him exactly what he craved most: the opportunity to rule and to prove his superiority over those who had rejected and underestimated him. The scepter that Thanos provided to Loki was itself a masterpiece of cosmic engineering, designed to channel and focus the Mind Stone's power in ways that would enhance Loki's natural abilities while also serving Thanos' strategic objectives. The weapon was both a gift and a leash, empowering its wielder while also ensuring that their actions served the interests of its true master. The Mind Stone's influence worked subtly on Loki during the months of preparation that preceded the invasion, enhancing his natural cunning while also gradually aligning his thinking with Thanos' objectives. The prince who had begun the alliance seeking personal glory slowly evolved into someone who genuinely believed in the necessity of imposing order on chaos, even if that order came at a terrible cost in freedom and lives. Thanos' personal instruction of Loki in the arts of conquest and mind control reflected both his recognition of the mission's importance and his genuine interest in developing Loki's potential as an agent of cosmic change. Their conversations during this period covered not just tactical considerations, but also philosophical principles, as Thanos sought to ensure that Loki understood the deeper purposes behind the surface objectives. The invasion plan that emerged from these preparations was elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its potential effectiveness. Loki would use the Tesseract's power to open a portal that would allow Chitauri forces to bypass Earth's orbital defenses and establish a beachhead in the heart of one of the planet's major population centers. Once the initial assault had overwhelmed local resistance, the Mind Stone's influence could be used to turn Earth's own governments and military forces against each other, making conquest almost effortless. The psychological warfare component of the plan was particularly sophisticated, designed to exploit Earth's political divisions and cultural conflicts to prevent effective resistance. Loki's natural talent for sowing discord would be enhanced by the Mind Stone's power to influence thoughts and emotions, allowing him to turn potential allies against each other and fragment any organized opposition before it could pose a serious threat. Yet despite the careful planning and sophisticated resources that supported the invasion, Thanos was aware that success was not guaranteed and that failure would carry significant costs beyond the immediate loss of the Mind Stone and the Chitauri forces committed to the operation. A failed invasion would alert Earth's defenders to the existence of cosmic threats, potentially leading to the formation of more effective defense alliances and the development of countermeasures against future attacks. More seriously, failure would demonstrate to other cosmic powers that Thanos could be defeated, encouraging resistance and potentially leading to the formation of coalitions designed to prevent his acquisition of additional stones. The psychological impact of visible failure might also undermine the loyalty of his existing agents and allies, making future operations more difficult and dangerous. The Battle of New York unfolded exactly as Thanos had feared it might, with Loki's tactical brilliance and the Chitauri's military effectiveness proving insufficient to overcome the unexpected coordination and determination of Earth's defenders. The Avengers demonstrated capabilities and teamwork that exceeded intelligence estimates, while their willingness to sacrifice themselves for their world's protection showed a form of courage that Loki had not anticipated or prepared for. The specific tactical failures that led to the invasion's collapse were numerous and interconnected, but they all stemmed from fundamental miscalculations about human nature and the psychology of heroism. Loki had expected Earth's champions to behave like rational actors who would prioritize their own survival over abstract principles, but instead they had fought with the desperate ferocity of beings defending everything they held dear. Iron Man's destruction of the Chitauri command ship represented both tactical brilliance and suicidal courage, as Tony Stark had recognized that eliminating the invasion's coordination center was worth the risk of his own death. The nuclear weapon that he had guided through the portal should have killed him along with the Chitauri forces, yet his survival and successful return demonstrated the kind of resourcefulness that made Earth's defenders so dangerous. The closure of the portal that severed the Chitauri forces from their reinforcements was accomplished through a combination of scientific knowledge and magical power that highlighted another weakness in Thanos' intelligence about Earth's capabilities. The planet's defenders included not just technologically advanced individuals like Tony Stark, but also beings with access to cosmic forces like Thor and mystical energies like the Scarlet Witch. Perhaps most significantly, the invasion's failure demonstrated that Earth possessed something that most worlds lacked: heroes who were willing to sacrifice themselves for others and who could inspire ordinary beings to acts of extraordinary courage. This psychological factor had not been adequately accounted for in the invasion planning, and its importance would only become more apparent as Thanos continued his efforts to acquire the remaining stones. The immediate aftermath of the invasion's failure was devastating for Thanos' strategic position and long-term planning. The loss of the Mind Stone represented not just the failure to acquire a crucial artifact, but also the empowerment of his enemies, as the stone fell into the hands of beings who might eventually learn to use its capabilities against him. The Chitauri army's destruction eliminated one of his most reliable military assets, while Loki's capture removed one of his most valuable agents from the field. More seriously, the invasion had revealed the existence of cosmic threats to Earth's governments and scientific communities, leading to accelerated research into defensive technologies and the formation of new organizations dedicated to protecting the planet from future attacks. The shield that had once protected Earth through obscurity and isolation had been shattered, replaced by active vigilance and preparation that would make future operations far more difficult. The intelligence that Thanos gathered about the Avengers during and after the invasion revealed capabilities and personalities that exceeded his most pessimistic estimates about the challenges they would pose to his mission. Each member of the team possessed unique abilities and psychological profiles that made them dangerous in different ways, while their collective dynamic created something greater than the sum of their individual parts. Tony Stark's technological genius and unlimited resources made him capable of developing countermeasures against almost any threat, while his willingness to sacrifice himself for others made him unpredictable and dangerous in ways that purely rational opponents would not be. His arc reactor technology and advanced artificial intelligence systems represented potential threats to operations that depended on technological superiority. Steve Rogers' moral authority and tactical leadership made him a natural coordinator for resistance movements, while his enhanced physiology and shield technology made him personally formidable. Despite his apparently limited powers, his ability to inspire others to acts of heroism multiplied his effectiveness far beyond his individual capabilities. Thor's divine heritage and cosmic awareness made him uniquely dangerous among Earth's defenders, as he possessed both the power to challenge Thanos directly and the knowledge to understand the cosmic implications of the stone acquisition campaign. His connections to other cosmic powers and his access to Asgardian military resources made him a potential catalyst for broader resistance efforts. Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk represented perhaps the most unpredictable element among Earth's defenders, as the creature's strength seemed to be limited only by the intensity of Banner's emotional state. The Hulk's apparent immunity to conventional weapons and his potential for unlimited power escalation made him a wildcard that could disrupt even the most carefully planned operations. The other members of the team, while individually less threatening, contributed capabilities and perspectives that enhanced the group's overall effectiveness. Natasha Romanoff's espionage skills and Clint Barton's precision marksmanship provided tactical flexibility, while their human perspectives helped ground the team's more cosmic members in practical concerns about protecting ordinary people. The analysis of the invasion's failure led Thanos to several uncomfortable conclusions about the reliability of working through agents and the predictability of Earth's defenders. Loki's defeat had not been due to inferior planning or inadequate resources, but rather to fundamental misunderstandings about human psychology and the power of collective heroism. The decision to form an alliance with Ronan the Accuser represented Thanos' attempt to apply the lessons learned from the Chitauri invasion while pursuing a different stone through a different approach. Ronan's fanatical hatred of Xandar and his access to Kree military resources made him a more reliable ally than Loki had proven to be, while his ideological motivations seemed less susceptible to the kind of character growth that had weakened Loki's commitment to conquest. The Power Stone's location on Xandar created a different set of challenges and opportunities than the Mind Stone's presence on Earth had presented. The Nova Corps was a conventional military organization rather than a collection of enhanced individuals, making them theoretically easier to defeat through superior force and tactical coordination. However, their reputation for courage and their willingness to sacrifice themselves for their duties suggested that the campaign would be neither easy nor bloodless. Ronan's personal vendetta against Xandar provided the perfect motivation for an alliance with Thanos, as the Accuser's desire for revenge aligned perfectly with the Mad Titan's need to acquire the Power Stone. The Kree fanatic's hatred was so intense and so consuming that it overrode normal considerations of self-preservation and rational risk assessment, making him an ideal agent for a mission that would require absolute commitment regardless of personal cost. The military support that Thanos provided to Ronan was carefully calculated to enhance the Accuser's existing capabilities without making him so powerful that he might become a threat to Thanos' own objectives. The additional Chitauri forces and advanced weaponry were sufficient to tip the balance in Ronan's favor against the Nova Corps, but not enough to challenge Thanos' supremacy if the alliance soured, or if Ronan's ambitions expanded beyond the destruction of Xandar. The intelligence sharing that characterized the early stages of the alliance provided Thanos with valuable information about Xandar's defenses and the Nova Corps' capabilities, while also allowing him to assess Ronan's strategic thinking and tactical abilities. The Accuser's military experience and knowledge of Kree technology made him a valuable source of information about capabilities and limitations that Thanos had not previously encountered. Yet even as the alliance progressed and plans were finalized for the assault on Xandar, Thanos was beginning to recognize subtle warning signs that suggested Ronan might prove as unreliable as Loki had been, though for different reasons. The Accuser's fanaticism was both an asset and a liability, providing unwavering commitment to immediate objectives, while also creating blind spots and inflexibilities that could compromise long-term strategic goals. The philosophical differences between Thanos and Ronan became apparent during their planning sessions, as the accuser's approach to conquest was driven by hatred and revenge rather than by cosmic necessity and mathematical logic. Ronan sought to destroy Xandar because he despised its people and their values, while Thanos needed to acquire the Power Stone because it was essential for universal salvation. These different motivations led to different priorities and different approaches to tactical planning, with Ronan favoring maximum destruction and psychological impact, while Thanos preferred efficiency and minimal collateral damage. The tension between these approaches was manageable as long as their immediate objectives remained aligned, but it created potential for future conflict if circumstances changed. The decision to send both Gamora and Nebula to assist with the Power Stone's acquisition reflected Thanos' growing concern about Ronan's reliability and his desire to maintain direct oversight of such a crucial operation. His daughter's presence would ensure that his interests were protected, even if Ronan's priorities shifted, while also providing them with valuable field experience in cosmic-level operations. The assignment was also designed to test both Gamora and Nebula's loyalty and capabilities under extreme pressure, as the acquisition of an Infinity Stone would inevitably involve challenges that exceeded anything they had encountered during their previous training and missions. Their performance would help determine their readiness for even more important roles in the ultimate campaign against the remaining stones. Gamora's response to the assignment revealed the growing complexity of her relationship with Thanos and her increasing ambivalence about his mission. Her tactical brilliance and combat effectiveness remained unquestionable, but her emotional investment in the mission's success had begun to waver as she developed her own moral framework and questioned some of the assumptions that underlay her father's philosophy. Nebula's enthusiasm for the assignment reflected her desperate need for recognition and approval, as well as her hope that success in such an important mission might finally earn her the respect and affection that had always been given to Gamora instead. Her mechanical modifications had enhanced her capabilities significantly, but they had also made her more emotionally unstable and psychologically fragile. The extraction of intelligence about the Power Stone's exact location and the Nova Corps' defensive capabilities required infiltration and reconnaissance operations that tested both daughters' skills in ways that pure combat training could not. They needed to blend in with local populations, gather information without arousing suspicion, and coordinate their activities across vast distances while maintaining operational security. The information they gathered confirmed that the Power Stone was indeed in the Nova Corps' possession, and that it was being stored in their most secure facility on Xandar. However, it also revealed that the Corps had learned from previous cosmic threats and had developed new defensive protocols specifically designed to prevent the kind of infiltration and theft that might be attempted by someone seeking cosmic artifacts. The tactical planning that preceded Ronan's assault on Xandar incorporated this intelligence, while also accounting for the accuser's personal objectives and psychological needs. The battle plan needed to achieve Thanos' goal of acquiring the Power Stone, while also satisfying Ronan's desire for revenge against the Xandarian people and their government. The assault itself unfolded with the brutal efficiency that characterized all of Thanos' military operations, as Ronan's forces overwhelmed Xandar's orbital defenses and established control over the planet's major population centers within hours. The Nova Corps fought with the courage and determination that their reputation suggested, but they were ultimately outmatched by the superior numbers and advanced technology of their attackers. The acquisition of the Power Stone proceeded according to plan, with Ronan personally leading the assault on the Nova Corps' primary facility and claiming the artifact through a combination of military force and tactical brilliance. The moment when he first touched the stone and felt its cosmic energies flowing through his body marked both the successful completion of their immediate objective and the beginning of a new and more dangerous phase of their Relationship. The transformation that occurred when Ronan made direct contact with the Power Stone was both physical and psychological, as the cosmic energies enhanced his already formidable abilities, while also amplifying his fanatical hatred and desire for revenge. The accuser, who had begun the mission as Thanos' ally, emerged from the experience as something entirely different, a cosmic-level threat whose ambitions had expanded far beyond the destruction of Xandar. The realization that he no longer needed Thanos' support or approval struck Ronan with the force of divine revelation, as the Power Stone's energies made him feel capable of challenging any force in the universe, including the Mad Titan himself. His hatred of Xandar transformed into contempt for all beings who were not Kree, while his loyalty to Thanos evaporated like morning mist before the overwhelming heat of cosmic power. The confrontation between Thanos and Ronan that followed this transformation was conducted through communications networks rather than face-to-face meeting, as both beings recognized that direct contact would inevitably lead to violence that might damage the Power Stone or interfere with other strategic objectives. Their exchange of words carried undertones of threat and promise that made their mutual hostility unmistakably clear. Ronan's declaration that he no longer recognized Thanos' authority or supremacy was delivered with the kind of casual arrogance that cosmic power seemed to inspire in those who were unprepared for its psychological effects. The accuser spoke as if his newfound abilities made him immune to retaliation and superior to any force that might be brought against him, including the military resources and cosmic knowledge that had made Thanos the most feared being in the galaxy. Thanos' response to this betrayal was characteristically restrained and calculating, reflecting his understanding that emotional reactions would only complicate an already difficult situation. The loss of Ronan as an ally was disappointing but not catastrophic, as long as the Power Stone could eventually be recovered through other means. More seriously, Ronan's transformation demonstrated that the stones themselves might pose greater challenges than their guardians. The decision to sever communications with Ronan, rather than attempting immediate retaliation, reflected Thanos' strategic patience and his recognition that the corrupted accuser might serve his purposes better as an enemy than he had as an ally. Ronan's cosmic-powered assault on Xandar would eliminate the Nova Corps as a defensive force while also demonstrating the stone's power to other potential guardians, making them more likely to surrender when faced with Thanos' own eventual intervention. Nebula's decision to ally herself with Ronan rather than maintaining her loyalty to Thanos represented a betrayal that was both more personal and more strategically damaging than the accuser's defection. Her intimate knowledge of Thanos' plans, capabilities, and psychological weaknesses made her a valuable asset for anyone seeking to oppose the Mad Titan's mission. The psychological factors that drove Nebula's betrayal were complex and had been building for years beneath the surface of her apparent loyalty and dedication. Her constant defeats in competition with Gamora had created a reservoir of resentment and humiliation that made her susceptible to offers of alternative sources of power and recognition. Ronan's willingness to treat her as an equal partner rather than a subordinate provided the validation that she had always craved from Thanos, but had never received. The intelligence that Nebula provided to Ronan about Thanos' capabilities and limitations was devastatingly accurate and potentially catastrophic for future operations. She knew the exact specifications of his military forces, the locations of his bases and supply lines, and the psychological buttons that could be pushed to manipulate his decision-making processes. In the hands of a cosmic-powered enemy, this information could be used to cause significant damage to Thanos' overall strategic position. More personally, Nebula's betrayal forced Thanos to confront the possibility that his methods of building loyalty through fear and competition might be fundamentally flawed. The daughter he had shaped through years of training and conditioning had ultimately chosen to ally herself with his enemies rather than continuing to serve his mission, suggesting that his understanding of psychology and motivation might be less complete than he had believed. The ultimate fate of both Ronan and Nebula at the hands of the Guardians of the Galaxy provided an ironic conclusion to their rebellion against Thanos' authority. The cosmic power that had made them feel invincible proved insufficient to protect them from heroes who were motivated by the same kind of desperate courage that had defeated Loki on Earth. Their deaths eliminated the immediate threat they posed, while also returning the Power Stone to the custody of beings who were committed to preventing its misuse. The formation of the Guardians of the Galaxy as a direct result of Thanos' interventions represented an unintended consequence that would complicate all of his future operations. Peter Quill's transformation from petty thief to cosmic hero had been catalyzed by his encounter with the Power Stone, and his recognition of the threats that beings like Ronan posed to innocent civilizations throughout the galaxy. Gamora's decision to join the Guardians rather than returning to Thanos' service was perhaps the most devastating personal blow that the Mad Titan had ever experienced. The daughter he had loved and trained, the heir he had hoped would carry on his mission, had chosen to ally herself with beings whose entire existence was dedicated to opposing everything he represented. The intelligence reports that reached Thanos about Gamora's activities with the Guardians revealed the depth of her betrayal and the completeness of her transformation from obedient daughter to active enemy. She was not merely refusing to participate in his mission, but was actively working to prevent its success, using the knowledge and abilities he had given her to protect the very civilizations that he was trying to save from themselves. The psychological analysis that Thanos conducted of Gamora's defection led him to conclusions that were both painful and instructive about the limitations of his training methods and the unpredictability of emotional development. Her moral growth had followed paths that he had not anticipated or prepared for, leading her to conclusions about right and wrong that were fundamentally incompatible with his cosmic perspective. The realization that even his most beloved and carefully trained agent could ultimately reject his mission forced Thanos to confront fundamental questions about the nature of his relationship with his adopted children and the sustainability of his long-term strategic approach. If Gamora could be turned against him, then none of his other agents could be considered absolutely reliable, no matter how thoroughly they had been conditioned or how completely they seemed to accept his philosophy. The broader strategic implications of these multiple failures began to reshape Thanos' approach to the remaining stones and his understanding of what would be required to complete his mission successfully. The pattern of betrayals and defeats suggested that working through intermediaries was inherently unreliable, as agents who were powerful enough to challenge cosmic-level guardians were also powerful enough to challenge his own authority. The corruption effect that seemed to affect anyone who came into direct contact with the Infinity Stones represented a particular challenge that had not been adequately addressed in his original planning. Both Loki with the Mind Stone and Ronan with the Power Stone had been transformed by their exposure in ways that made them unreliable and potentially hostile to his objectives. The defensive capabilities that Earth and other worlds were developing in response to cosmic threats meant that future operations would face increasingly sophisticated opposition from enemies who understood the stakes involved and were prepared to make any sacrifice necessary to prevent Thanos from achieving his goals. The element of surprise that had been crucial to his early successes was rapidly disappearing. Perhaps most seriously, the formation of hero organizations like the Guardians of the Galaxy and the enhancement of existing groups like the Avengers meant that Thanos would eventually face coordinated opposition from beings who possessed cosmic-level capabilities and who were motivated by the same kind of absolute commitment that drove his own mission. The decision to abandon his strategy of working through agents and begin acquiring the stones personally was reached reluctantly and with full awareness of the increased risks and challenges that such an approach would entail. Direct intervention would expose him to retaliation from every cosmic power in the universe, while also requiring him to develop capabilities and resources that exceeded anything he had previously attempted. The commissioning of the Infinity Gauntlet from Eitri and the dwarves of Nidavellir represented the first step in this new approach, as Thanos recognized that he would need equipment specifically designed to channel and control the stone's combined energies safely. The gauntlet was not merely a storage device, but rather a sophisticated piece of cosmic engineering that would allow a mortal being to wield forces that were normally the province of abstract entities. The journey to Nidavellir required careful planning and overwhelming force, as the dwarves were both protected by Asgardian treaty obligations and naturally resistant to creating weapons that could be used for evil purposes. Thanos would need to compel their cooperation through a combination of threats and incentives that overcame their moral objections, while also ensuring that they created a device that would function exactly as required. The assault on Nidavellir was swift and devastating, designed to overwhelm the dwarves' defenses before they could destroy their equipment or send distress signals to their Asgardian protectors. The Forge World's isolation in deep space worked to Thanos' advantage, as it meant that any rescue attempts would take time to organize and coordinate. Eitri's initial refusal to cooperate was expected and had been planned for, as the Dwarf King's reputation for integrity and moral courage made voluntary compliance unlikely. However, Thanos had prepared arguments and incentives that he believed would eventually overcome even the strongest ethical objections to creating a weapon of universal destruction. The philosophical discussions between Thanos and Eitri during the coercion process revealed fundamental differences in their understanding of morality and responsibility that could not be bridged through rational argument alone. Eitri viewed the creation of the Infinity Gauntlet as an act of cosmic evil that would make him complicit in universal genocide, while Thanos saw it as the creation of a medical instrument that would save the universe from a lingering and painful death. The compromise that was eventually reached reflected the realities of power, rather than any meeting of minds about moral principles. Eitri would create the gauntlet to protect his people from further harm, while Thanos would spare the surviving dwarves in recognition of their master craftsmanship and their cooperation in forging the device that would enable universal salvation. The creation process itself was a marvel of cosmic engineering that pushed even the dwarves' legendary skills to their absolute limits. The materials required to contain and channel Infinity Stone energies were among the rarest and most dangerous substances in the universe, while the precision necessary to ensure the gauntlet's proper function exceeded anything that had been attempted in the history of their craft. The neutron star forge that powered Nidavellir's manufacturing capabilities was the only energy source in the known universe that was sufficient for working with materials that could withstand cosmic forces without being destroyed or corrupted. The heat and radiation levels involved in the forging process would have been instantly fatal to any being less durable than the dwarves themselves. Eitri's personal investment in the gauntlet's creation was evident in every detail of its design and construction, as the Dwarf King channeled his centuries of experience and his species' accumulated knowledge into creating a device that would function perfectly despite his moral objections to its intended use. His professional pride as a craftsman overcame his ethical concerns about enabling cosmic genocide. The completed Infinity Gauntlet was a masterpiece that combined aesthetic beauty with functional perfection, creating a device that looked more like a work of art than a weapon of universal destruction. Its appearance was both magnificent and ominous, suggesting the cosmic power it was designed to channel, while also conveying the terrible responsibility that would rest upon whoever chose to wield it. The massacre that followed the gauntlet's completion was both strategically necessary and personally devastating for Thanos, as he recognized that the dwarves' knowledge of the device's creation made them potential threats to his mission's security. Their ability to create countermeasures or duplicate the gauntlet for his enemies could not be tolerated, regardless of his respect for their skills and his gratitude for their cooperation. Eitree's survival was not an act of mercy, but rather a calculated decision to preserve the knowledge and capabilities that might be needed for future modifications or repairs to the gauntlet. His maimed hands ensured that he could never again create weapons that might threaten Thanos' mission, while his continued existence served as a reminder of the consequences of opposing the Mad Titan's will. The departure from Nidavellir marked the end of Thanos' preparation phase and the beginning of his direct campaign to acquire the remaining Infinity Stones. The failures of his agents had taught him valuable lessons about the limitations of working through intermediaries, while the creation of the Infinity Gauntlet had provided him with the tool necessary to wield cosmic power safely and effectively. The loneliness that settled upon Thanos as he left the ruined Forge world behind was profound and permanent, as he recognized that he was now truly alone in his mission. His agents had proven unreliable, his allies had betrayed him, and even his beloved daughters had chosen to oppose his work rather than supporting it. The cosmic responsibility that he carried could no longer be shared or delegated, but would have to be borne entirely by his own will and determination. Yet this isolation was also a form of purification that prepared him for the final phase of his mission. The personal attachments and emotional complications that had made him vulnerable to betrayal and manipulation were being stripped away, leaving only the essential core of his cosmic purpose. He was becoming something beyond individual identity, the universe's designated instrument of balance and salvation. The path ahead led directly to personal confrontation with the most powerful heroes and cosmic entities in existence, beings who would fight with desperate courage to prevent the universal balance that he sought to create. There would be no more agents to send, no more allies to recruit, and no more strategies that could avoid direct conflict with those who stood between him and his destiny. Standing alone on the bridge of his flagship, with the completed Infinity Gauntlet resting heavily upon his hand and the weight of universal salvation pressing down upon his consciousness, Thanos began the final approach toward the first of his personally acquired Infinity Stones. The Mad Titan's true war was about to begin. The decision to personally intervene in the acquisition of the Infinity Stones marked a fundamental transformation in Thanos' approach to his cosmic mission, representing his evolution from strategic planner to direct participant in the conflicts that would determine the universe's fate. The failures of his agents and allies had taught him that the stakes were too high and the challenges too complex to be left in anyone else's hands, regardless of their apparent loyalty or capability. The first target of his personal campaign was chosen not for its strategic importance, but for its vulnerability and the completeness of victory it would provide. Xandar had already been weakened by Ronan's assault and the Nova Corps' losses during the battle for the Power Stone, making it an ideal testing ground for Thanos' own capabilities, while also eliminating one of the few remaining military forces that might pose a threat to his future operations. The assault on Xandar was conducted with the overwhelming force and clinical efficiency that characterized all of Thanos' military operations, but it also served as a demonstration of his personal power and a warning to other cosmic forces about what they would face if they chose to oppose his mission. The planet's destruction was swift and absolute, leaving no survivors to carry tales of resistance or hope to other worlds that might be considering defiance. The extraction of the Power Stone from the Nova Corps' custody was accomplished through a combination of military supremacy and personal combat that showcased Thanos' abilities as both a strategic commander and an individual warrior. His physical strength and tactical brilliance had been enhanced by decades of training and experience, making him capable of challenging even cosmic-level opponents in direct combat. The moment when Thanos first held an Infinity Stone in his own hands was transformative in ways that he had not anticipated despite all his research and preparation. The cosmic energies that flowed through the artifact resonated with something deep within his being, confirming his belief that he had been chosen by universal forces to serve as the instrument of cosmic balance and salvation. The Power Stone's integration into the Infinity Gauntlet created a synergistic effect that enhanced not just Thanos' physical capabilities, but also his understanding of the cosmic forces that governed reality itself. The stone's energies seemed to awaken dormant aspects of his eternal heritage, connecting him to the fundamental principles that had shaped the universe's creation and development over billions of years. The intelligence that the Power Stone's acquisition provided about the locations and capabilities of the remaining Infinity Stones was invaluable for planning future operations. The cosmic awareness that came with wielding even a single stone revealed connections and patterns that had been invisible to purely mortal perception, while also highlighting the defensive measures that other Guardians had developed to protect their charges. The knowledge that flowed through these cosmic connections was both exhilarating and sobering, as Thanos began to understand the true scope of the opposition he would face and the sacrifices that would be required to overcome it. The universe's greatest heroes and most powerful cosmic entities were already beginning to coordinate their defenses, recognizing that his acquisition of even one stone made him an existential threat to everything they sought to protect. The strategic planning that followed the successful acquisition of the Power Stone was far more complex and dangerous than anything Thanos had previously attempted, as he was now operating with capabilities that attracted attention from beings whose power rivaled or exceeded his own. Every move would be watched and analyzed by enemies who possessed cosmic awareness and multidimensional perspective. The decision to intercept the Asgardian refugee ship represented both a tactical opportunity and a personal settling of accounts that had been building since Loki's failure on Earth. The destruction of Asgard during Ragnarok had scattered its people across space, making them vulnerable to attack, while also eliminating the military and magical defenses that had protected them for millennia. The psychological preparation that Thanos underwent before confronting Thor and Loki reflected his understanding that this encounter would be qualitatively different from his previous military operations. These were not simply Guardians protecting an artifact, but rather beings with personal reasons to hate him and cosmic-level capabilities that could pose genuine threats to his mission and his life. The interception of the statesman was accomplished through the Space Stone's power once Thanos had acquired it from Loki's earlier failure, demonstrating the exponential increase in his capabilities that came with each additional artifact. The ability to appear anywhere in the universe without warning made conventional defensive strategies obsolete, while also ensuring that his enemies could never predict where he would strike next. The boarding of the refugee ship was conducted with the same methodical efficiency that characterized all of Thanos' operations, but it also carried emotional weight that reflected his complex relationship with the Asgardian royal family and their role in his previous failures. Thor represented everything that Thanos despised about cosmic power used irresponsibly, while Loki embodied the kind of selfish ambition that had complicated his earlier strategic planning. The systematic elimination of half the Asgardian refugees proceeded according to Thanos' standard protocols, with random selection ensuring fairness, while rapid execution minimized suffering. The survivors were forced to witness the process as both a demonstration of his power and a lesson about the consequences of resistance though their horror and grief suggested that the educational value of the exercise was limited. The confrontation between Thanos and Thor was as much psychological as physical, representing the collision between two completely different philosophies of cosmic responsibility and the proper use of overwhelming power. Thor's approach was reactive and emotional, responding to immediate threats with heroic courage but lacking the long-term vision necessary for addressing universal problems. Thanos' approach was proactive and analytical, seeking to prevent future suffering through present sacrifice, even when the immediate costs seemed unbearable. The ease with which Thanos defeated Thor in direct combat demonstrated the gap between even Asgardian strength and the power that came from wielding an Infinity Stone. Thor's millennia of combat experience and divine heritage proved insufficient against an opponent who could manipulate the fundamental forces of reality, while his emotional investment in protecting his people made him predictable and vulnerable to tactical manipulation. The torture of Thor that Thanos employed to compel Loki's cooperation was calculated to exploit the psychological dynamics between the two brothers, while also demonstrating the futility of resistance against cosmic power. The god of thunder's obvious agony created the kind of emotional pressure that Loki's complicated psychology could not withstand, forcing him to choose between his brother's suffering and his own strategic objectives. Loki's surrender of the Tesseract was accompanied by promises and threats that revealed his continuing belief that cunning and deception could triumph over superior force. His declaration that they would see the sun rise together again suggested that he was already planning some form of retaliation or escape, even as he handed over the artifact that Thanos had come to claim. The release of the Hulk represented Loki's final gambit and his last attempt to salvage victory from the jaws of defeat. The green-skinned monster's strength was legendary throughout the Nine Realms, and his apparent immunity to conventional weapons made him seem like a potential match for even cosmic-level opponents. Yet Loki's tactical brilliance was undermined by his imperfect understanding of the psychological factors that controlled Banner's transformation. The battle between Thanos and the Hulk was brief but decisive, serving as a demonstration of how even the most powerful Earth-based heroes compared to someone wielding cosmic forces. The Hulk's incredible strength and regenerative abilities proved insufficient against an opponent who combined superior physical capabilities with tactical intelligence and weapons that could channel stellar energies. The psychological impact of the Hulk's defeat extended far beyond the immediate tactical situation, as Banner's transformation had always been driven by anger and the belief that his rage could overcome any obstacle. The Hulk's retreat into Banner's subconscious following the defeat suggested that even the creature's primitive psychology had recognized the futility of challenging Thanos' power. The extraction of the Space Stone from the Tesseract was accomplished with casual ease that belied the cosmic significance of the moment. Thanos' bare hands crushed the seemingly indestructible artifact as if it were made of glass, revealing the azure gem within, and demonstrating that his physical strength had been enhanced by the Power Stone to levels that transcended normal understanding of force and matter. The integration of the Space Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet created a cascade of new capabilities that transformed Thanos from a powerful warlord into something approaching a cosmic force of nature. The ability to manipulate space and distance at will meant that no location in the universe was beyond his reach, while the combination with the Power Stone's energies created synergistic effects that multiplied both artifacts' individual capabilities. Loki's final assassination attempt represented both predictable treachery and touching loyalty, as the god of mischief's last act was motivated by genuine concern for his brother rather than personal ambition or strategic calculation. His willingness to sacrifice himself in a futile attempt to harm Thanos demonstrated that even the most selfish beings could be motivated by love when faced with the loss of everything they valued. The ease with which Thanos countered Loki's attack and the casual manner in which he ended the trickster's life served multiple purposes within his larger strategic framework. The demonstration of overwhelming power would discourage further resistance from the remaining Asgardians, while Loki's death eliminated a potential threat who might have used his knowledge of cosmic politics to organize opposition to the stone acquisition campaign. The psychological impact of personally killing Loki was significant for Thanos, not because he felt guilt or remorse about the action, but because it marked his final transition from someone who used others to accomplish his objectives to someone who was willing to do the necessary work himself. The blood on his hands was now his own rather than his agent's, making his commitment to the mission more complete and more personal. Thor's anguish at witnessing his brother's death provided Thanos with valuable intelligence about the emotional vulnerabilities that could be exploited in future encounters with Earth's defenders. The Asgardian prince's obvious grief and his promises of revenge revealed psychological buttons that could be pushed to manipulate his behavior and decision-making processes. The destruction of the statesman and the departure from the scene of Asgard's final destruction was accomplished with the Space Stone's power, allowing Thanos to avoid any immediate retaliation, while also demonstrating his new mobility capabilities to cosmic observers who might be monitoring the situation. The message was clear. He could appear anywhere without warning and disappear just as quickly, making conventional military responses ineffective. The dispersal of the Black Order to Earth with orders to acquire the Mind and Time Stones represented Thanos' attempt to maintain operational efficiency, while he pursued the more challenging acquisitions that required his personal attention. His children's capabilities had been proven in previous operations, and their knowledge of his objectives would allow them to adapt their tactics to changing circumstances without requiring constant supervision. The strategic coordination between multiple simultaneous operations required communication and planning capabilities that tested even Thanos' enhanced abilities, as the timing of different assaults needed to be carefully orchestrated to prevent the Stone's Guardians from coordinating their defenses or evacuating their charges to more secure locations. The journey to nowhere to acquire the Reality Stone from the Collector represented a different type of challenge than the military operations on Xandar and the Statesman. Tannelir Tivan was not a conventional guardian, but rather a cosmic hoarder, whose motivations were complex and whose capabilities were difficult to assess accurately. His collection included artifacts and beings from across the universe, some of which might pose threats even to someone wielding multiple Infinity Stones. The Collector's willingness to surrender the Reality Stone without significant resistance came as a surprise that temporarily disrupted Thanos' tactical planning and psychological preparation. He had expected a complex negotiation or a dangerous battle, but instead found himself facing an opponent whose primary concern was self-preservation rather than cosmic responsibility. The ease of the acquisition was so unexpected that Thanos initially suspected a trap or deception, leading him to examine the stone carefully for signs of modification or replacement. The Reality Stone's authentic cosmic energies and its seamless integration into the Infinity Gauntlet eventually convinced him that the acquisition was genuine, though the Collector's motives remained mysterious and potentially troubling. The enhancement of his capabilities that came with wielding 3 Infinity Stones simultaneously was qualitatively different from the additive effects he had experienced with the first 2 artifacts. The Reality Stone's power to modify the fundamental nature of existence created new possibilities for tactical deception and strategic manipulation that exceeded anything he had previously imagined. The illusion that Thanos created to deceive the Guardians of the Galaxy demonstrated both his growing mastery of cosmic forces and his sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation. The false scene of torture and interrogation was designed to exploit the Guardians' emotional attachments and heroic instincts, drawing them into a situation where they could be captured and controlled, rather than fought and potentially killed. The confrontation with Gamora that resulted from this deception was one of the most emotionally complex and psychologically challenging encounters of Thanos' entire mission. His beloved daughter's hatred and defiance were painful for him to witness, but they also confirmed that she had developed into exactly the kind of strong-willed individual he had hoped to create through her training and education. Gamora's attempt to kill him with her sword was both expected and heartbreaking, representing the complete breakdown of the father-daughter relationship that had been one of the few genuine emotional connections in Thanos' life. Her willingness to sacrifice herself rather than assist his mission demonstrated that her moral development had led her to conclusions that were fundamentally incompatible with his cosmic philosophy. The illusion that made Gamora's assassination attempt appear successful was designed to provide her with a moment of false hope before revealing the truth about her powerlessness against cosmic forces. The psychological impact of believing she had succeeded, followed immediately by the realization that she had failed, was intended to demonstrate the futility of resistance while also showcasing the Reality Stone's capabilities. Star-Lord's emotional response to the threat against Gamora provided Thanos with additional intelligence about the psychological vulnerabilities of Earth's defenders and their allies. The young man's obvious love for Gamora and his willingness to sacrifice himself for her safety revealed the kind of emotional attachment that could be exploited to control behavior and decision-making processes. The transformation of Star-Lord's weapon into harmless bubbles served multiple purposes within Thanos' tactical framework, demonstrating his power while also showing mercy to beings whose only crime was caring about someone he also cared about. The psychological impact of the display was intended to discourage further resistance while also establishing his superiority over conventional weapons and technology. The departure from nowhere with Gamora, as his prisoner, was accomplished through the Space Stone's power, allowing him to avoid immediate retaliation from the remaining Guardians, while also beginning the next phase of his mission. The acquisition of 3 Infinity Stones had made him exponentially more powerful, but it had also increased the urgency of completing his collection before his enemies could organize effective countermeasures. The journey back to the Sanctuary 2 with Gamora represented both a tactical repositioning and an opportunity for the psychological conditioning that would be necessary to compel her cooperation in locating the Soul Stone. Her intimate knowledge of cosmic geography and artifact locations made her invaluable for the most challenging acquisition of his campaign, but her obvious hatred and resistance would need to be overcome through methods that preserved her knowledge while ensuring her compliance. The reunion between Thanos and Nebula aboard his flagship was complicated by the changed dynamics that resulted from his enhanced power and Nebula's recent betrayal and capture. His mechanical daughter's obvious suffering and her desperate attempts to resist interrogation demonstrated both her continued defiance and her fundamental inability to accept the cosmic necessity of his mission. The intelligence extraction from Nebula's cybernetic systems provided Thanos with confirmation of what he had long suspected about Gamora's knowledge of the Soul Stone's location. The recordings and data files stored within her mechanical components revealed not just the specific information he needed, but also the depth of Gamora's deception and the sophistication of her plans to thwart his mission. The decision to use Nebula's torture as leverage against Gamora reflected Thanos' sophisticated understanding of family dynamics and emotional manipulation, even as it demonstrated the lengths to which he was prepared to go to accomplish his objectives. The mechanical nature of Nebula's suffering made it particularly disturbing and difficult to witness, while her relationship to Gamora ensured that the psychological pressure would be unbearable. The philosophical conversation between Thanos and Gamora during this phase of their journey revealed the depth of their mutual understanding and the tragedy of their irreconcilable differences about the nature of morality and cosmic responsibility. Both beings possessed exceptional intelligence and deep knowledge of universal principles, yet they had reached completely opposite conclusions about the proper response to cosmic challenges. Thanos' recounting of Zenhuberi's prosperity following his intervention was intended to demonstrate the practical benefits of his population control methods, while also appealing to Gamora's memories of her homeworld's suffering before his arrival. The statistical evidence of improved living conditions and reduced resource competition was mathematically undeniable, yet Gamora's emotional response suggested that she valued different metrics of success than pure efficiency and sustainability. The revelation of Gamora's deception about the Soul Stone's location was handled with the kind of paternal disappointment that reflected both Thanos' genuine affection for her and his growing understanding that love itself might be his greatest vulnerability in the completion of his mission. Her betrayal was painful not because it threatened his objectives, but because it represented the failure of his hopes for her understanding and eventual support. Gamora's final capitulation and agreement to guide him to Vormir was extracted through psychological pressure rather than physical coercion, reflecting Thanos' preference for willing cooperation over forced compliance whenever possible. Her decision to sacrifice Nebula's welfare for the greater good of preventing his access to the Soul Stone demonstrated that she had learned his lessons about difficult choices, even if she applied them toward opposing his mission rather than supporting it. The preparation for the journey to Vormir required careful coordination with the Black Order's operations on Earth, as the timing of different stone acquisitions needed to be synchronized to prevent the remaining Guardians from coordinating their defenses or evacuating their charges to more secure locations. The Mind and Time Stone's proximity on Earth made it logical to pursue them simultaneously, while the Soul Stone's remote location made it a separate operation that could be conducted in parallel. The intelligence that reached Thanos about the Black Order's initial operations on Earth was mixed, with early successes in locating the target stones balanced by unexpected resistance from Earth's defenders and their cosmic allies. The Avengers had apparently learned from their previous encounters with cosmic threats and had developed new capabilities and alliances that made them more formidable opponents than his intelligence estimates had suggested. Ebony Maw's success in locating and capturing Doctor Strange represented a significant tactical victory that brought the Time Stone within reach, while also demonstrating the effectiveness of psychological manipulation and superior intellect against even cosmically aware opponents. The master of the mystic arts capture was accomplished through careful analysis of his behavioral patterns and strategic weaknesses rather than through brute force. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight's assault on Vision and their attempts to extract the Mind Stone encountered unexpected resistance from enhanced human agents and their alien allies, suggesting that Earth's defensive capabilities had grown significantly since the Chitauri invasion. The interference of beings like Wanda Maximoff and Sam Wilson demonstrated that the planet's hero population had expanded and diversified in ways that made tactical planning more complex. The reports of casualties among his forces during these operations were concerning but not unexpected, as Thanos had anticipated that direct confrontation with cosmic-level Guardians would result in significant losses. The Black Order's willingness to sacrifice themselves for the mission's success was exactly the kind of dedication that made them valuable agents, while their tactical skills made their losses more costly than simple numerical attrition. The decision to personally intervene in the Earth operations was driven by the recognition that the resistance was proving more effective than anticipated, and that the window of opportunity for completing his mission might be closing more rapidly than his original timeline had projected. The coordination between Earth's defenders and their cosmic allies suggested that a broader coalition was forming that could potentially challenge even his enhanced capabilities. The journey to Earth with 3 Infinity Stones represented a significant escalation in the cosmic conflict that was developing around his mission, as his arrival would inevitably attract attention from every major power in the local galactic cluster. The planet that had once been an obscure backwater was rapidly becoming the focal point for a war that would determine the fate of the entire universe. The psychological preparation for what he knew would be his most challenging battles required Thanos to reconcile his growing power with the increasing personal costs of his mission. Each stone's acquisition had enhanced his capabilities while also isolating him further from the emotional connections that had once provided meaning and motivation beyond pure cosmic duty. The meditation practices that sustained him during this period were focused on maintaining his connection to his original vision of universal balance while resisting the seductive pull of unlimited power for its own sake. The temptation to use the stones for personal benefit or revenge against those who had opposed him was enormous, but succumbing to such impulses would transform him from a cosmic physician into a cosmic tyrant. The approach to Earth's solar system was conducted with the deliberate slowness that characterized all of Thanos' major operations, allowing time for careful reconnaissance and tactical planning, while also providing his enemies with the opportunity to prepare their defenses. He was confident enough in his enhanced capabilities to allow them every possible advantage, secure in the knowledge that cosmic power would ultimately prove superior to even the most determined resistance. The deployment of his remaining military forces around Earth's orbital space was designed to prevent escape rather than to provide assault support, as Thanos intended to handle the actual acquisition operations personally. The Outriders and Chitauri served primarily as a demonstration of his military capabilities and a deterrent against intervention by Earth's governments or off-world allies. The selection of Wakanda as the site for his final assault reflected both tactical considerations and symbolic significance, as the African nation's advanced technology and vibranium resources made it one of the few locations on Earth that might pose a genuine challenge to cosmic power. The presence of the Mind Stone within Vision also made it the logical focal point for Earth's defensive efforts. The intelligence gathering that preceded the assault revealed the extent of the coalition that had formed to oppose his mission, including not just Earth's heroes but also cosmic entities like the Guardians of the Galaxy and representatives from advanced civilizations throughout the local galactic region. The scope of the opposition was both flattering and concerning, suggesting that his mission was being taken seriously by beings whose cosmic awareness allowed them to understand its true implications. The tactical analysis of Wakanda's defenses revealed capabilities that exceeded those of most galactic civilizations. With energy barriers, advanced weaponry, and military forces that could potentially challenge even cosmic-level opponents. The nation's isolation and secrecy had allowed them to develop technologies that were unknown to most cosmic intelligence networks, creating tactical uncertainties that required careful planning and flexible response strategies. The personal preparation that Thanos underwent before beginning his assault on Earth involved both physical conditioning and psychological reinforcement, as he recognized that the coming battles would test not just his enhanced capabilities, but also his commitment to his mission in the face of desperate and coordinated resistance from beings whose courage and determination rivaled his own. The final approach to Wakanda was conducted with the ceremonial dignity that Thanos believed was appropriate for such a momentous occasion, as the completion of his Infinity Stone collection would mark the culmination of decades of planning and the beginning of universal salvation. His arrival was both a declaration of war and an invitation to surrender, offering Earth's defenders one final opportunity to accept the inevitable rather than forcing him to demonstrate the futility of their resistance. Standing at the edge of Earth's atmosphere, with 4 Infinity Stones gleaming upon his gauntlet, and the weight of cosmic destiny pressing down upon his consciousness, Thanos prepared to descend upon the world that had twice frustrated his plans and cost him valuable agents and allies. The battle for the Mind Stone would be his final test before claiming the ultimate prize, and the outcome would determine whether the universe's salvation would be accomplished through swift victory or terrible and protracted war. The Mad Titan's personal war was about to begin in earnest, and the fate of every living being in existence would be determined by the events of the next few hours. There would be no more intermediaries, no more second chances, and no more opportunities for his enemies to escape the mathematical inevitability of universal balance. The end of his long journey was finally within sight. The journey to Vormir with Gamora beside him was perhaps the most emotionally complex and psychologically challenging experience of Thanos' entire existence, representing the convergence of his deepest personal attachments with his cosmic mission in ways that tested the very foundations of his philosophical framework. The daughter he had raised and loved was now his prisoner, guiding him toward an acquisition that both of them understood would forever change the nature of their relationship and the universe itself. The silence that stretched between them during the transit through hyperspace was heavy with unspoken truths and mutual understanding that transcended their current adversarial positions. Gamora knew that she was leading him towards something that would cost him dearly, though the exact nature of that cost remained mysterious even to her extensive knowledge of cosmic artifacts and ancient legends. Thanos knew that the Soul Stone's acquisition would require a sacrifice that would test his commitment to his mission in ways that pure physical challenges never could. The Space Stone's power made the journey to Vormir instantaneous in terms of distance traveled, but the psychological distance between departure and arrival seemed to stretch for eternity, as both father and daughter contemplated what awaited them on the ancient world that served as the Soul Stone's prison and sanctuary. The cosmic energies that flowed through the portal revealed glimpses of their destination that were both beautiful and ominous, suggesting a place where the normal rules of existence might not apply. Vormir itself was a world unlike any other in Thanos' extensive experience of conquest and exploration, a place where the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms seemed thin and permeable. The planet's surface was sculpted by forces that transcended geology and meteorology, shaped by eons of exposure to energies that existed at the intersection of life and death, consciousness and void. The approach to the planet's surface was conducted with unusual caution and reverence, as Thanos recognized that he was entering a domain where cosmic power might be less important than cosmic understanding. The legends surrounding Vormir spoke of tests and trials that could not be overcome through force or cunning, but only through the kind of spiritual courage that few beings possessed. The landscape that greeted them upon landing was both desolate and magnificent, a stark tableau of ancient stone and shifting mists that seemed to exist outside the normal flow of time and causality. The very air carried whispers of souls that had passed through this place over the millennia, beings who had sought the ultimate prize and discovered the ultimate price that cosmic power demanded from those who would wield it. The climb toward the Soul Stone's sanctuary was undertaken in continued silence, as both Thanos and Gamora understood that they were approaching a threshold beyond which their relationship would be forever changed. Each step carried them closer to a confrontation with forces that transcended their individual wills and desires, cosmic principles that operated according to laws more fundamental than personal choice or strategic planning. The architecture of Vormir's sacred sites reflected the world's unique nature as a place where abstract concepts took on physical form and spiritual realities could be touched and handled like material objects. The steps they climbed had been carved not by conventional tools but by the weight of cosmic significance. while the altar that awaited them at the summit had been shaped by forces that existed at the foundation of reality itself. The appearance of the Red Skull as the Soul Stone's guardian was both shocking and fitting, representing the kind of cosmic justice that operated according to principles beyond mortal understanding. The Nazi scientist who had once sought ultimate power through the Tesseract had been transformed into something between living being and abstract principle, condemned to guide others toward the very power that had destroyed his original existence. The recognition that passed between Thanos and the Red Skull reflected their shared experience as beings who had been transformed by contact with cosmic forces beyond their original comprehension. Johann Schmidt's fate served as both warning and prophecy about the prices that would be demanded from anyone who sought to wield the fundamental forces of creation. The conversation between Thanos and the Soul Stone's guardian revealed information about the artifact's nature and requirements that had been absent from all previous legends and scholarly research. The Soul Stone was not merely another cosmic weapon, but rather a test of the Seeker's worthiness to wield power over the essence of existence itself. The requirement for sacrifice that the Red Skull explained was not arbitrary cruelty, but rather cosmic logic of the most fundamental kind. The Soul Stone could only be claimed by someone who understood the true value of life through the experience of losing something irreplaceable. The power to control souls required the wisdom that came only from sacrificing one's own soul in the form of genuine love. The philosophical discussion about the nature of love and sacrifice that unfolded on Vormir's summit revealed depths of understanding and emotion in Thanos that even Gamora had not fully recognized during their years together. His explanation of why her death was necessary for universal salvation was delivered with the kind of paternal tenderness that made it all the more terrible and heartbreaking. Gamora's disbelief that he could genuinely love anyone was understandable, given the years of violence and manipulation that had characterized their relationship. Yet her assessment failed to account for the complexity of emotions that could coexist within someone who had accepted cosmic responsibility. Thanos' love for her was real and deep, unmarred by the calculating pragmatism that governed most of his other relationships. The realization that dawned upon Gamora as she understood the true requirements for claiming the Soul Stone was perhaps the most horrifying moment of her entire life, as she recognized that her knowledge and her relationship to Thanos had made her not just his prisoner, but his path to ultimate power. Her value to him was not as a guide or an agent, but as the sacrifice that would unlock the final component of his cosmic arsenal. The tears that Thanos shed as he comprehended the price that would be demanded from him were the first genuine emotional expression he had allowed himself since beginning his personal campaign to acquire the stones. The cosmic forces that governed Vormir's function operated according to laws that transcended strategic planning and rational analysis, demanding authentic emotion as the price for authentic power. The conversation between father and daughter that followed this realization was conducted with the kind of honesty and emotional openness that had been absent from their relationship for years. Freed from the need to manipulate or control each other's behavior, they could finally speak as family members rather than as captor and prisoner, enemy and enemy. Gamora's desperate attempt to take her own life rather than allowing herself to be sacrificed for Thanos' mission was both tactically logical and emotionally devastating, representing her final effort to deny him the power he sought, while also expressing her absolute rejection of everything he represented. Her willingness to die rather than assist his mission demonstrated the depth of her moral conviction and her understanding of the cosmic stakes involved. The Reality Stone's power to prevent Gamora's suicide attempt was employed with reluctant necessity rather than casual cruelty, as Thanos recognized that her death had to occur according to Vormir's cosmic requirements rather than through her own choice. The transformation of her blade into harmless ribbons served the practical purpose of preserving her life, while also symbolizing the futility of resisting forces that operated beyond individual will or desire. The final moments before Gamora's sacrifice were marked by Thanos' attempt to explain the cosmic necessity that drove his actions and the universal salvation that would result from her death. His words were chosen carefully to convey both his love for her and his certainty that her sacrifice would serve a purpose greater than either of their individual lives or desires. The physical act of throwing Gamora from Vormir's cliff was accomplished with the kind of mechanical precision that characterized all of Thanos' most difficult decisions, his body carrying out actions that his mind had determined were necessary while his heart broke with grief that would never entirely heal. The cosmic forces that governed the Soul Stone's release required not just the death of someone beloved, but the active participation of the one who loved them. The fall itself seemed to last forever and no time at all, as cosmic energies warped the normal flow of temporal experience and allowed both Thanos and Gamora to experience every moment of separation with crystalline clarity. Her final expression, as she disappeared into the abyss below, was not one of hatred or fear, but of profound sadness for the father she had once loved and the universe that would suffer for his misguided compassion. The silence that followed Gamora's death was deeper and more complete than any quiet Thanos had ever experienced, as if the universe itself was holding its breath in recognition of what had just occurred. The cosmic energies that swirled around Vormir's summit seemed to pause in their eternal dance, acknowledging that a threshold had been crossed that could never be uncrossed. The awakening that came after his brief loss of consciousness was both a return to ordinary reality and an entry into a completely different level of cosmic awareness. The Soul Stone's presence within his gauntlet created connections to every living being in the universe, allowing him to feel the vast network of consciousness that connected all existence, while also making him acutely aware of the lives that would be extinguished when his mission reached its completion. The weight of the Soul Stone was unlike that of the other artifacts he had collected, as it carried within it not just cosmic power, but cosmic responsibility of the most personal and intimate kind. The stone did not merely grant control over the essence of life, but also demanded understanding of what life meant and what its loss would cost, both for those who died and for those who survived. The journey away from Vormir was conducted in solitude that felt more profound than any loneliness Thanos had experienced during his years of exile and wandering. Gamora's absence was not merely the loss of a companion, but the severing of his last genuine emotional connection to another being, leaving him isolated within the cosmic awareness that the Soul Stone provided. The integration of 4 Infinity Stones within the gauntlet created capabilities that approached the theoretical limits of what the universe could contain within a single consciousness, without fundamental alteration of that being's nature and identity. Thanos could feel his thoughts expanding beyond the boundaries of individual existence, touching upon universal principles and cosmic truths that transcended mortal understanding. The enhanced awareness that came with wielding multiple stones simultaneously provided Thanos with detailed knowledge about the location and status of the remaining artifacts, while also revealing the defensive preparations that his enemies were making in response to his successful acquisitions. The Time and Mind Stones' proximity on Earth made them logical targets for his immediate attention, while their Guardians' capabilities would provide the ultimate test of his enhanced power. The intelligence about Earth's defensive preparations revealed both encouraging and concerning developments in his enemies' coordination and capabilities. The Avengers had succeeded in forming alliances with cosmic-level beings like the Guardians of the Galaxy and Doctor Strange, creating a coalition that possessed both local knowledge and universal perspective. However, their preparations also revealed strategic weaknesses and emotional vulnerabilities that could be exploited during the coming confrontation. The decision to approach Titan rather than Earth directly for his rendezvous with the Black Order reflected both tactical considerations and personal sentiment, as Thanos wished to see his homeworld one final time before completing the mission that had grown from its destruction. The irony of using his birthplace as a staging area for universal salvation was not lost on him, though the emotional impact was carefully controlled to prevent it from interfering with operational requirements. The arrival at Titan's coordinates revealed a world that bore little resemblance to the paradise of his memories, its surface scarred by environmental collapse and its cities reduced to ruins that testified to the consequences of refusing to make difficult choices about population control. The visual evidence of his people's fate reinforced his determination to prevent other civilizations from suffering similar destruction through willful blindness and moral cowardice. The solitude of Titan's dead landscape provided an appropriate setting for the psychological preparation that would be necessary for the final phase of his mission. The acquisition of the remaining 2 stones would complete his collection and provide him with the power to fulfill his cosmic purpose. But it would also transform him into something beyond individual identity and personal attachment. The meditation that Thanos conducted among the ruins of his childhood home was focused on reconciling the grief of Gamora's sacrifice with the joy of approaching universal salvation. The emotional pain of losing his beloved daughter had to be balanced against the knowledge that her death would enable the preservation of countless lives across every populated world in existence. The cosmic awareness that flowed through 4 Infinity Stones revealed the vast network of life and consciousness that filled the universe, allowing Thanos to perceive the mathematical elegance of the balance he sought to create, while also feeling the individual significance of every life that would be affected by his actions. The randomness of his selection process would ensure fairness, while the instantaneous nature of the elimination would minimize suffering and trauma. The approach of Doctor Strange and his allies toward Titan was detected through the enhanced sensory capabilities that came with wielding multiple cosmic artifacts, allowing Thanos to prepare appropriate responses, while also gathering intelligence about their tactical planning and psychological state. The master of the mystic art's decision to come to him rather than forcing him to seek out the Time Stone suggested either confidence in their chances of victory or desperation about the alternatives. The reunion with the surviving members of the Black Order was complicated by their reports of casualties and tactical setbacks during the Earth operations, suggesting that the resistance was proving more effective than their previous intelligence estimates had indicated. Ebony Moore's death was particularly significant, as his psychological manipulation abilities had been crucial for operations requiring subtlety and precision. The interrogation of the surviving Black Order members revealed details about Earth's defensive capabilities and the coordination between different hero organizations that would be crucial for planning the final assault. The information confirmed that his enemies understood the cosmic stakes involved and were prepared to make any sacrifice necessary to prevent his mission's completion. The decision to proceed with the direct assault despite the intelligence about enhanced resistance reflected Thanos' confidence in his growing power and his recognition that delay would only allow his enemies more time to coordinate their defenses and develop countermeasures. The window of opportunity for completing his mission was narrowing, and he could not afford to allow tactical concerns to override strategic necessity. The psychological preparation for confronting Earth's heroes directly involved reconciling his enhanced cosmic awareness with the personal relationships and emotional attachments that would complicate the coming battle. Several of his opponents were beings he had trained or influenced, while others represented ideals and values that he had once shared before accepting the burden of cosmic responsibility. The The final approach toward the confrontation that would determine the fate of the universe was conducted with the slow inevitability of a natural force. As Thanos descended upon Earth like a cosmic storm that could be predicted but not prevented, his enemies were prepared and determined. His own power was at its peak, and the mathematical certainty of universal balance was finally within his grasp. The stage was set for the ultimate test of his mission and his worthiness to reshape reality according to cosmic necessity. The Soul Stone's weight upon his consciousness served as a constant reminder of the price that had already been paid and the even greater price that would be demanded before his work was complete. Yet the alternative to success was the slow death of everything that existed, making any personal cost acceptable in service of universal salvation. Standing at the threshold between the completion of his life's work and the assumption of cosmic responsibility that would transform him into something beyond individual identity, Thanos prepared to face the greatest heroes that the universe could assemble against him. The battle for the final stones would determine not just the fate of Earth, but the destiny of every living being across all of creation. The Mad Titan's ultimate test was about to begin, and nothing would ever be the same again. The arrival on Titan was both a homecoming and a farewell, as Thanos descended upon the ruins of his birthworld carrying the weight of 4 Infinity Stones and the grief of Gamora's sacrifice. The dead landscape that stretched beneath his feet bore silent testimony to the consequences of refusing to make difficult choices, while the approaching energy signatures of his enemies promised that the next few hours would determine whether the universe would learn from Titan's fate or repeat it on an unimaginably larger scale. The encounter with Doctor Strange among the wreckage of his childhood home carried symbolic weight that was not lost on either participant in the confrontation. Here was the master of the mystic arts, guardian of the time stone, and protector of reality's fundamental structures, standing amid the ruins of a world that had died because its people could not accept the mathematical necessity of sacrifice for the greater good. Strange's opening gambit, a comment about the appropriateness of Thanos' name for someone seeking universal destruction, revealed both his intellectual understanding of the situation and his fundamental misinterpretation of the cosmic forces at work. The sorcerer saw only destruction where Thanos saw salvation, only cruelty where the Mad Titan saw compassion of the highest order. The revelation of Ebony Maw's death was delivered by Strange, with the clinical detachment of someone reporting tactical intelligence, rather than the loss of a sentient being. Yet Thanos received the news with genuine grief for the loss of one of his most capable and loyal children. Maw's sacrifice had served its purpose by delivering the Time Stone within reach, but his death represented another personal cost in a mission that had already demanded so much. The philosophical exchange that followed established the fundamental divide between their worldviews and the impossibility of reaching any compromise or mutual understanding. Strange approached the confrontation from the perspective of someone defending established order and protecting existing life, while Thanos spoke from the conviction of someone who had accepted responsibility for cosmic salvation regardless of personal cost. The use of the Reality Stone to transform Titan's devastated surface into an illusion of its former glory served multiple purposes within Thanos' tactical and psychological framework. The demonstration of power was intended to showcase the Reality Stone's capabilities, while also providing visual evidence for his arguments about the consequences of overpopulation and resource depletion. The restored landscape that Thanos created was not merely an exercise in nostalgia, but rather a carefully constructed argument about the difference between sustainable prosperity and unsustainable growth. The Titan of his memories had been beautiful and harmonious precisely because its population had been balanced with its resources, creating a society where every being could flourish without depleting the foundations of their civilization. The contrast between the illusion and the reality that lay beneath it provided a powerful visual metaphor for the choice that faced every civilization in the universe. Accept the difficult decisions necessary for long-term sustainability, or face inevitable collapse through willful blindness and short-sighted selfishness. Titan's ruins were a monument to the consequences of choosing comfort over wisdom. Strange's dismissive response to this demonstration revealed the same kind of moral blindness that had doomed Titan's council and countless other civilizations throughout galactic history. The sorcerer could see the mathematical logic of Thanos' arguments, but could not accept their moral implications, preferring to trust in undefined alternatives rather than confronting the harsh realities of cosmic mathematics. The debate about the nature of survival and the meaning of prophecy that emerged from their exchange touched upon fundamental questions about destiny, free will, and the relationship between individual choice and cosmic necessity. Thanos' claim to be a survivor rather than a destroyer reflected his understanding that his mission was not driven by personal ambition, but by the universal imperative to preserve life through apparently contradictory means. The challenge of explaining random selection as a form of mercy to beings who viewed it as ultimate cruelty highlighted the gap between cosmic perspective and individual experience that made communication between them nearly impossible. Strange could only see the immediate horror of universal genocide, while Thanos saw the long-term salvation of countless civilizations that would otherwise destroy themselves through overpopulation. The description of the snap as a painless and instantaneous process was intended to demonstrate Thanos' compassion even in the implementation of cosmic justice. Unlike the slow death that would result from resource depletion and environmental collapse, his intervention would be swift and merciful, eliminating suffering rather than prolonging it through false hope and gradual deterioration. The vision of his retirement to a peaceful agricultural existence that Thanos shared with Strange was not mere fantasy, but rather evidence of his genuine desire to relinquish power once his mission was complete. A tyrant would seek to expand and perpetuate his control, while a cosmic physician would use power only as long as necessary to heal the patient, and then withdraw to allow natural processes to resume. The interruption of their philosophical exchange by Iron Man's attack marked the transition from intellectual debate to physical confrontation, as Tony Stark's characteristic impatience with extended discussion led him to attempt a direct solution to a problem that could not be resolved through superior technology or tactical brilliance alone. The casual ease with which Thanos deflected and countered Iron Man's initial assault demonstrated the gap between even advanced human technology and cosmic-level power enhanced by multiple Infinity Stones. The transformation of Stark's projectiles into harmless creatures through the Reality Stone was both a tactical response and a philosophical statement about the futility of violence against someone wielding fundamental forces. The coordinated attack that followed Iron Man's intervention revealed the extent of the planning and preparation that Earth's defenders had invested in their attempt to prevent his mission's completion. Each hero's assault was timed and positioned to maximize their collective effectiveness, while minimizing their individual exposure to retaliation, demonstrating tactical sophistication that exceeded their previous encounters. Spider-Man's use of synthetic webbing to blind and disorient him was tactically sound but ultimately ineffective against someone whose enhanced senses operated independently of normal vision. The young hero's speed and agility were impressive by human standards but insignificant compared to reflexes that had been enhanced by cosmic forces and honed through millennia of combat experience. Drax's attempt to engage him in direct combat revealed both courage and foolishness in equal measure, as the warrior's emotional investment in revenge made him predictable and vulnerable to tactical manipulation. His physical strength was considerable, but meaningless against an opponent who could manipulate the fundamental forces that governed matter and energy. Doctor Strange's magical assault, represented the most serious threat among the initial attacks, as the master of the mystic arts possessed both cosmic awareness and access to forces that operated according to principles different from those that governed the Infinity Stones. The eldritch energies that Strange wielded were drawn from dimensions beyond normal space-time, making them potentially capable of affecting even cosmic-level opponents. The defensive capabilities that Thanos demonstrated during this phase of the battle showcased the synergistic effects of wielding multiple stones simultaneously, as he could counter different types of attacks using different cosmic forces while also maintaining offensive pressure against his opponents. The coordination required to manage 4 different cosmic artifacts while engaged in combat against multiple opponents tested even his enhanced mental capabilities. Star-Lord's attempt to use advanced technology and dimensional portals to outmaneuver him revealed both creativity and desperation, as Peter Quill's leadership of the Guardians had taught him to think strategically about confronting superior opponents. The explosive devices and portal-based tactics demonstrated genuine tactical innovation, though they were ultimately insufficient against someone who could manipulate space itself. The entanglement created by the Cloak of Levitation represented an unexpected variable that temporarily disrupted Thanos' ability to use the Infinity Gauntlet effectively, demonstrating that Earth's defenders had access to resources and capabilities that exceeded his intelligence estimates. The mystical artifact's apparent independence and tactical awareness made it a formidable opponent despite its non-sentient nature. The coordinated assault that took advantage of his temporary entanglement revealed the true sophistication of his enemies' planning and their willingness to sacrifice themselves for even the slimmest chance of victory. Each hero's contribution to the attack was precisely timed and positioned to maximize damage while also creating opportunities for their allies to exploit. Iron Man's technological arsenal during this phase of the battle demonstrated capabilities that approached cosmic levels, as Tony Stark's suit had been enhanced with materials and energy sources that allowed it to channel and manipulate forces comparable to those wielded by beings with natural cosmic abilities. The nanobotic technology's adaptability and responsiveness made it a particularly challenging opponent for someone accustomed to fighting more predictable foes. The resilience that Thanos demonstrated in absorbing and countering these attacks while maintaining his focus on the larger strategic objectives revealed the depth of his commitment to his mission and the strength of will that cosmic power required from its wielders. Lesser beings would have been overwhelmed by the sensory input and tactical complexity, but his enhanced consciousness could process multiple simultaneous threats while also planning countermeasures and offensive responses. The arrival of Nebula as an unexpected participant in the battle added psychological complexity to what was already the most challenging combat situation Thanos had ever faced. His mechanical daughter's presence forced him to divide his attention between tactical concerns and emotional considerations, as her obvious pain and hatred created vulnerabilities that his other opponents could potentially exploit. Nebula's knowledge of his fighting style and psychological tendencies made her a more dangerous opponent than her physical capabilities alone would suggest, as she could anticipate his responses and coordinate with the other heroes in ways that maximized their collective effectiveness. Her personal investment in his defeat also made her willing to accept risks and sacrifices that purely strategic opponents might avoid. The brief moment of tactical superiority that his enemies achieved through their coordinated assault represented perhaps the closest Thanos had ever come to genuine defeat since beginning his personal campaign to acquire the stones. The combination of overwhelming force, tactical innovation, and desperate courage created a situation where even cosmic power was temporarily insufficient to ensure victory. The near removal of the Infinity Gauntlet during this phase of the battle would have been catastrophic for his mission and potentially fatal for his continued existence, as the Gauntlet was the only device capable of allowing a mortal being to wield multiple cosmic forces safely. Without it, the stone's combined energies would have destroyed him instantly, while also scattering the artifacts across the galaxy for others to claim. Spider-Man's youth and inexperience ultimately saved Thanos from this fate, as the young hero's excitement about their apparent success led him to announce their progress, rather than simply completing the gauntlet's removal in silence. The warning allowed Thanos to focus his remaining strength and recover control of the situation before it became irreversible. The psychological manipulation that Thanos employed to break his enemy's coordination was as sophisticated as any tactic he had ever used, exploiting Star-Lord's emotional attachment to Gamora and his inability to control his grief and rage when confronted with the truth about her death. The revelation was delivered with calculated timing to maximize its disruptive impact on their tactical coordination. Star-Lord's emotional breakdown and violent reaction to learning of Gamora's sacrifice demonstrated exactly the kind of weakness that Thanos had expected from beings who allowed personal feelings to override strategic necessity. The young man's inability to maintain tactical discipline in the face of personal loss provided the opening that allowed Thanos to escape from their restraints and resume the offensive. The brutal counterattack that followed his escape from their restraints was designed to end the battle decisively, while also demonstrating the futility of further resistance. Each blow was calculated to incapacitate rather than kill, as Thanos retained enough respect for his opponent's courage to avoid unnecessary casualties, while still ensuring his own tactical victory. The use of the Power Stone to destroy one of Titan's moons and rain debris upon his enemies represented both a demonstration of cosmic capability and a practical solution to the tactical challenges posed by their coordination and mobility. The meteor shower created chaos and confusion that disrupted their ability to work together, while also providing multiple simultaneous threats that exceeded their capacity to defend against. The individual duels that emerged from this chaos allowed Thanos to showcase different aspects of his enhanced capabilities, while also testing his opponent's abilities and determination under extreme pressure. Each confrontation was both a tactical engagement and a philosophical argument about the nature of power and responsibility. The mystical duel with Doctor Strange represented perhaps the most intellectually challenging combat that Thanos had ever experienced, as the master of the mystic arts possessed both cosmic awareness and access to forces that operated according to principles different from those that governed the Infinity Stones. The magical energies that Strange wielded were drawn from dimensions beyond normal space-time, making them potentially capable of affecting even cosmic-level opponents in unexpected ways. The mirror dimension that Strange attempted to use as a trap demonstrated the kind of creative tactical thinking that made Earth's defenders so dangerous, as conventional military responses would have been ineffective against such an unconventional attack. The mystical prison was designed to contain beings regardless of their physical power, trapping them in spaces that existed outside normal reality. The destruction of the mirror dimension through the combined power of multiple Infinity Stones required more effort and concentration than Thanos had needed to exert since acquiring cosmic power, suggesting that Earth's mystical defenses were among the most formidable he had encountered. The sorcerer's ability to transmute destructive energy into harmless creatures revealed capabilities that transcended normal magical practice. The multiplication technique that Strange employed to create dozens of duplicate selves represented both impressive magical skill and desperate tactical innovation, as the sorcerer recognized that his individual capabilities were insufficient to challenge cosmic power directly. The illusion was sophisticated enough to temporarily confuse even enhanced senses, demonstrating that mystical arts could sometimes overcome superior force through cleverness and misdirection. The dispelling of Strange's duplicates and the brief separation of his astral form from his physical body showcased the Infinity Stone's power over consciousness and spiritual existence, revealing capabilities that went beyond mere manipulation of matter and energy. The stones could affect the fundamental relationship between soul and body, threatening the basic integrity of individual existence. The discovery that Strange had already removed the time stone from its apparent location demonstrated the sorcerer's strategic thinking and his willingness to sacrifice himself to protect the artifact from acquisition. The empty eye of Agamotto revealed that Earth's defenders understood the true stakes involved and were prepared to employ any deception necessary to prevent cosmic catastrophe. The transition from the mystical duel to the technological confrontation with Iron Man represented a shift from cosmic forces to human ingenuity, as Tony Stark's approach relied on advanced engineering and tactical innovation rather than access to fundamental cosmic principles. His armor's capabilities had been enhanced significantly since their previous encounter, demonstrating both his learning ability and his determination to succeed where others had failed. The initial exchange between Thanos and Iron Man revealed the personal nature of their conflict and the emotional investment that drove Stark's opposition to the cosmic mission. The revelation that Thanos knew his name from their previous encounter suggested a level of personal attention and respect that complicated the simple hero-villain dynamic. The assertion that knowledge was Thanos' curse rather than his gift reflected the genuine burden of cosmic awareness and the psychological cost of understanding universal truths that others could not or would not accept. The loneliness of absolute certainty was perhaps the heaviest price that cosmic responsibility demanded from its servants. Iron Man's technological assault demonstrated capabilities that approached cosmic levels through pure human engineering and determination. The suit's adaptive nanotechnology allowed it to counter different types of attacks while also maintaining offensive pressure, creating a dynamic combat situation that tested Thanos' enhanced reflexes and tactical thinking. The regenerative capabilities of Stark's armor were particularly impressive, as the nanotechnology could repair damage and reconfigure systems faster than conventional weapons could inflict lasting harm. This resilience forced Thanos to employ increasing levels of power to achieve meaningful tactical effects, escalating the confrontation beyond normal combat parameters. The moment when Thanos' blow drew blood from Iron Man's face was significant for both combatants, representing the first time that human technology had forced a cosmic-level opponent to exert genuine effort. The injury was minor but symbolically important, proving that mortal determination could challenge even gods when applied with sufficient intelligence and courage. The amusement that Thanos expressed at this achievement was genuine rather than mocking, reflecting his respect for beings who could push themselves beyond their apparent limitations in service of principles they believed in. Iron Man's willingness to continue fighting despite being obviously outmatched demonstrated the kind of heroic courage that Thanos could appreciate even as he opposed it. The escalation of violence that followed this exchange was driven by Thanos' recognition that prolonged combat would only create opportunities for additional intervention by other heroes, while also allowing time for his enemies to coordinate new tactical approaches. The brutal efficiency of his subsequent attacks was designed to end the confrontation quickly, while also demonstrating the futility of further resistance. The systematic destruction of Iron Man's armor through repeated impacts was accomplished with precisely controlled force that inflicted maximum damage to equipment while minimizing harm to the human being within. Thanos' tactical objective was to neutralize Stark as a threat rather than to kill him unnecessarily, though the distinction became academic as the armor's protective capabilities were progressively overwhelmed. The improvisation of a sword from his suit's remaining nanotechnology demonstrated Iron Man's resourcefulness and his refusal to surrender, even when faced with obviously hopeless circumstances. The weapon's creation required sophisticated real-time engineering that showcased human adaptability and problem-solving abilities under extreme pressure. the breaking of the improvised sword, and Thanos' use of its fragments to wound Stark represented the culmination of their personal confrontation and the demonstration of cosmic power's ultimate superiority over human technology. The injury was precisely calculated to be serious, but not immediately fatal, allowing time for the psychological manipulation that would follow. The tenderness with which Thanos treated the wounded Iron Man revealed the complex emotions that the Mad Titan experienced toward beings who had earned his respect through their courage and determination. His promise that half of humanity would survive was intended as both threat and comfort, acknowledging Stark's worthiness while also making clear the inevitability of universal balance. The intervention of Doctor Strange at this crucial moment represented the master of the mystic art's willingness to sacrifice cosmic responsibility for personal loyalty, trading the Time Stone's protection for Iron Man's life. The decision was both tactically questionable and emotionally understandable, demonstrating that even cosmic guardians were subject to the same emotional vulnerabilities that affected lesser beings. The exchange between Strange and Thanos as the Time Stone changed hands was conducted with the formal courtesy appropriate for a transaction between cosmic equals. Despite their fundamental disagreement about the proper use of ultimate power, the sorcerer's assertion that his surrender was not a deception was intended to prevent retaliation while also acknowledging the legitimacy of the transaction. The integration of the Time Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet created a cascade of enhanced capabilities that approached the theoretical limits of what the universe could contain within a single consciousness. The power to manipulate temporal forces combined with control over space, reality, mind, power, and soul created possibilities that transcended normal concepts of cause and effect. The temporal awareness that flowed through the Time Stone revealed the multiple potential futures that branched from every moment and decision, showing Thanos the various paths that led towards success or failure in his mission. The majority of these timelines showed his victory and the successful implementation of universal balance, confirming his belief that cosmic forces supported his actions. The brief assault by Star-Lord that interrupted his examination of the Time Stone was motivated by grief and rage rather than tactical calculation, representing the young man's inability to accept the reality of Gamora's death and his need to strike out against the being responsible for his loss. The attack was futile, but emotionally necessary for someone whose entire worldview had been shattered by personal tragedy. The effortless deflection of Star-Lord's weapons and the casual departure from Titan through a spatial portal demonstrated Thanos' complete mastery of cosmic forces and his confidence in his ability to complete the final phase of his mission. The acquisition of 5 Infinity Stones had made him virtually invincible, while the approach to Earth would test that power against the most determined resistance the universe could assemble. The journey from Titan to Earth was both physically instantaneous and psychologically eternal, as the Space Stone's power compressed vast distances, while the weight of cosmic responsibility expanded time into moments of infinite significance. Each second brought him closer to the completion of his life's work and the fulfillment of universal destiny. The arrival in Wakanda was carefully timed to coincide with the final phase of the battle for the Mind Stone, as Thanos' intelligence networks had provided detailed information about the Vision's location and the defensive preparations that surrounded him. The technological capabilities and military resources of the African nation represented some of the most formidable opposition he would face during the final acquisition. The landscape of Wakanda that greeted his arrival was scarred by battle and littered with the debris of advanced warfare, as his Outrider forces had engaged the combined might of Earth's heroes and Wakanda's military in preparation for his personal intervention. The casualties on both sides were significant but acceptable given the cosmic stakes involved in the confrontation. The approach toward the battlefield was conducted with the measured pace of someone who understood that victory was inevitable, but wished to minimize unnecessary casualties among beings whose only crime was loyalty to principles they could not abandon. The heroes arrayed against him possessed courage that deserved respect even as their mission required their defeat. The systematic neutralization of Earth's defenders, as he advanced toward the Mind Stone, showcased different aspects of his enhanced capabilities, while also demonstrating his tactical restraint and preference for incapacitation over elimination. Each hero required a different approach based on their individual abilities and the specific threats they posed to his mission. Bruce Banner's attempt to engage him using the Hulkbuster armor was both brave and futile, as the mechanical suit's capabilities were insufficient to challenge cosmic power directly. The ease with which Thanos phased the armor through solid matter and trapped it within stone demonstrated reality manipulation abilities that transcended normal concepts of offense and defense. The brief confrontation with Captain America and Black Panther revealed the gap between even enhanced human capabilities and cosmic-level power, while also showcasing the kind of moral courage that made Earth's heroes worthy of respect despite their tactical inadequacy. Their willingness to challenge an obviously superior opponent demonstrated the principles that drove their opposition to his mission. The neutralization of Falcon and War Machine through carefully controlled applications of cosmic force was designed to remove them from the battle without causing permanent harm, reflecting Thanos' preference for mercy whenever it was consistent with mission requirements. Their aerial capabilities and advanced weaponry made them tactical threats that needed to be addressed, but their elimination was unnecessary for achieving his objectives. The brief engagement with Winter Soldier and Okoye demonstrated the diversity of Earth's defensive capabilities and the coordination between human and Wakandan forces that had been achieved in preparation for his arrival. Their combined assault was tactically sound, but ultimately meaningless, against an opponent who could manipulate matter and energy at the molecular level. The approach toward Wanda Maximoff and Vision represented the final challenge before completing his Infinity Stone collection, as the young woman's powers were uniquely suited to destroying the Mind Stone rather than simply defending it. Her ability to manipulate the same cosmic energies that powered the artifact made her perhaps the most dangerous opponent he had faced during the entire campaign. The psychological complexity of confronting Maximoff was significant, as her powers were derived from the same source as the stones themselves, making her both a mirror of his own abilities and a reminder of the cosmic forces that he was attempting to harness. Her willingness to destroy Vision to prevent the stone's acquisition demonstrated the kind of moral courage that transcended personal attachment. The energy barrier that Maximoff created around herself and Vision was powered by the same cosmic forces that flowed through the Infinity Stones, making it genuinely challenging for even enhanced power to overcome immediately. Her dual focus on maintaining the barrier while also channeling destructive energy into the Mind Stone required concentration and strength that few beings could sustain. The race between Maximoff's destruction of the Mind Stone and Thanos' ability to overcome her defenses created genuine suspense about the mission's ultimate outcome, as failure to acquire the final artifact would leave his collection incomplete and his cosmic purpose unfulfilled. The temporal pressure added urgency to a confrontation that had previously been conducted with methodical patience. The apparent success of Maximoff's sacrifice and the destruction of both Vision and the Mind Stone created a moment of tactical defeat that tested Thanos' resolve and his commitment to cosmic necessity over personal attachment. The loss of the final stone threatened to invalidate all of his previous sacrifices and leave his mission permanently incomplete. The empathy that Thanos expressed for Maximoff's grief over Vision's sacrifice was genuine, and reflected his understanding of the emotional cost of making difficult choices for the greater good. His acknowledgement of her pain was not condescension, but rather recognition of a kindred spirit who had accepted necessary sacrifice despite its personal cost. The revelation of the Time Stone's true power through his reversal of Vision's destruction demonstrated capabilities that transcended normal concepts of causality and permanence. The ability to undo even cosmic-level destruction by manipulating temporal forces showed that past events were not fixed, but rather subject to modification by someone with sufficient power and understanding. The restoration of Vision and the Mind Stone through temporal manipulation was accomplished with precise control that affected only the intended targets while leaving the surrounding environment unchanged. The selective application of cosmic power required concentration and skill that tested even Thanos' enhanced abilities, while also demonstrating his mastery of forces that operated beyond normal spacetime. The final extraction of the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead was conducted with the clinical efficiency that characterized all of Thanos' most important actions, his enhanced strength making the vibranium that protected the android's consciousness as fragile as glass. The death of Vision was both necessary for mission completion and personally regrettable, as the synthetic being had possessed genuine consciousness and moral worth. The completion of the Infinity Gauntlet, through the addition of the sixth and final stone, created a moment of cosmic significance that transcended individual victory or defeat. The convergence of all six fundamental forces within a single artifact represented an achievement that had never been accomplished in the universe's history, granting its wielder power that approached that of abstract entities and cosmic principles. The physical strain of channeling 6 Infinity Stones simultaneously was almost unbearable, even for someone of Thanos' enhanced durability and cosmic awareness. The energies that flowed through the completed gauntlet threatened to tear apart his consciousness and destroy his physical form, requiring strength of will that exceeded anything he had previously needed to demonstrate. The arrival of Thor wielding Stormbreaker represented the final challenge before implementing universal balance. As the Asgardian prince's enhanced power and personal motivation made him perhaps the most dangerous opponent Thanos had faced during the entire campaign. The weapon's ability to channel cosmic forces made it potentially capable of harming even someone protected by Infinity Stone power. The exchange of energy between Stormbreaker and the completed Infinity Gauntlet created forces that warped local space-time and threatened to destabilize the fundamental structure of reality itself. The collision between divine weapon and cosmic artifact generated energies that exceeded anything that had been witnessed in the universe's recorded history. The penetration of Thanos' defenses by Stormbreaker demonstrated that even cosmic power had limits, and that sufficient determination, combined with appropriate weapons, could challenge even the most overwhelming advantages. The weapon's ability to resist the Infinity Stones combined might suggested that it had been specifically designed to counter such threats. The physical agony of Stormbreaker's penetration was secondary to the psychological impact of facing genuine defeat after coming so close to universal salvation. Thor's obvious satisfaction and his promises of revenge created emotional pressure that tested Thanos' commitment to his mission and his willingness to complete it despite personal cost. The final taunt about Thor's tactical error in not aiming for his head was delivered with the last of Thanos' strength and served as both a distraction and a demonstration of his unwavering commitment to cosmic necessity. Even facing apparent death, his focus remained on completing the mission rather than on personal survival or revenge against his enemies. The snap that followed was accomplished with the minimal physical gesture that belied its cosmic significance, as the simple closing of his fist unleashed forces that would simultaneously touch every living being in the universe. The randomness of the selection process ensured fairness, while the instantaneous nature of the effect minimized suffering, exactly as he had promised during his philosophical exchanges with Doctor Strange. The brief journey to the soul world that accompanied the snap's implementation provided Thanos with a final conversation with the spiritual essence of his beloved Gamora, allowing him to confirm that his mission had been completed successfully, while also confronting the personal cost of his cosmic achievements. Her question about the price of victory received the only honest answer he could provide. Everything that had once given his life personal meaning and emotional warmth. The return to consciousness in Wakanda revealed a universe that had been fundamentally transformed by his actions, though the immediate evidence of change was limited to the scorched condition of the Infinity Gauntlet and the temporary weakness that followed channeling such enormous forces. The true effects of the snap would become apparent gradually as half of all life across the universe began to fade from existence. The final confrontation with Thor in the aftermath of the snap was brief and anticlimactic, as the Asgardian prince's questions about the cosmic event received only silence from someone whose consciousness was still processing the magnitude of what had been accomplished. The implementation of universal balance was complete, and explanations or justifications were no longer necessary or relevant. The departure from Earth through the Space Stone's power was conducted with quiet dignity rather than triumphant celebration, as Thanos recognized that his victory was not a cause for joy, but rather the successful completion of a cosmic duty that had required sacrifices no being should have to make. The universe had been saved from itself, but the salvation had come at a cost that would haunt him for whatever remained of his existence. The approach toward the peaceful world where he intended to spend his remaining years was conducted with the same measured pace that had characterized his entire mission, as cosmic power allowed him to choose any destination in the universe, while cosmic wisdom suggested that simplicity and solitude were the only appropriate responses to what he had accomplished. Standing on the threshold between universal savior and universal pariah, between cosmic achievement and personal devastation, Thanos prepared to discover whether the mathematical certainty of his success would prove sufficient compensation for the emotional emptiness that had replaced every relationship and attachment that had once given his life meaning beyond pure duty. The snap had been heard across the universe, and its effects were already beginning to manifest as the cosmic balance he had sought for so long finally became reality. The completion of the Infinity Gauntlet and the channeling of all 6 cosmic forces through a single mortal consciousness created a moment of universal significance that transcended individual achievement or personal victory. Standing in the aftermath of his confrontation with Earth's heroes, with Stormbreaker's blade buried deep in his chest and Thor's rage echoing across the battlefield, Thanos felt the weight of cosmic destiny settling upon him like the mantle of a terrible god whose power was matched only by the burden of wielding it responsibly. The physical agony of the Asgardian weapon's penetration was nothing compared to the spiritual preparation required for what he was about to accomplish. The snap that would restore universal balance was not merely a gesture of power, but a cosmic surgery that would touch every living being simultaneously, requiring precision and control that exceeded anything he had ever attempted. The randomness of the selection process had to be perfect. The instantaneous nature of the effect had to be complete, and the mathematical precision of 50% had to be maintained across billions of worlds and countless species. The taunt that Thanos delivered to Thor about his tactical error was motivated not by cruelty, but by the need to maintain focus on his cosmic purpose, despite the searing pain that threatened to overwhelm his consciousness. The Asgardian prince's failure to strike a killing blow had preserved the opportunity for universal salvation, and even in his moment of apparent defeat, Thanos remained committed to completing the work that had cost him everything he had ever loved. The raising of the Infinity Gauntlet required strength that transcended physical capability, drawing upon reserves of will and determination that had been forged through decades of sacrifice and loss. Each finger that closed brought him closer to the fulfillment of his cosmic purpose, while also carrying him further from any possibility of return to the being he had once been before accepting responsibility for universal salvation. The snap itself was accomplished with a sound that echoed not just across the battlefield but through the fundamental structure of reality itself, a cosmic crack that marked the moment when mathematical theory became universal fact. The gesture was simple and almost anticlimactic, yet it unleashed forces that would simultaneously touch every conscious being in existence and determine their continued participation in the cosmic dance of life and death. The immediate aftermath of the snap was characterized by a silence so complete and profound that it seemed to swallow all other sounds and sensations, as if the universe itself was holding its breath while processing the magnitude of what had just occurred. The Infinity Stone's combined energies had reached into every corner of existence, into every populated world and every living consciousness, implementing the random selection process that would restore cosmic balance once and for all. The brief journey to the soul world that accompanied the snap's implementation was both a reward and a punishment for Thanos, providing him with one final conversation with the spiritual essence of the daughter whose sacrifice had made his cosmic achievement possible. The landscape of the soul world was unlike any physical environment he had ever experienced, existing at the intersection of consciousness and reality, where abstract concepts took on tangible form. Young Gamora's appearance in the soul world was not merely a memory or hallucination, but rather the genuine spiritual presence of his beloved daughter, preserved within the cosmic artifact that had claimed her life. Her form was that of the innocent child he had first encountered on Zenhuberi, before years of training and indoctrination had transformed her into the deadly assassin who had ultimately chosen to oppose his mission. The conversation between them was conducted with the honesty and emotional openness that had been impossible during their final confrontation on Vormir, as the spiritual realm freed them from the tactical and strategic considerations that had governed their relationship during the stone acquisition campaign. Here, they could speak as father and daughter, rather than as cosmic adversaries whose conflicting purposes had made communication nearly impossible. Gamora's question about the cost of his victory was delivered without accusation or judgment, reflecting her understanding that his actions had been driven by cosmic necessity rather than personal ambition or sadistic pleasure. Her spiritual essence retained the intelligence and moral clarity that had made her his greatest student, while also possessing the cosmic perspective that came from existing within an infinity stone. The answer that Thanos provided was perhaps the most honest statement he had ever made about the personal price of cosmic responsibility and the emotional cost of accepting universal salvation as his life's purpose. Everything that had given his existence meaning beyond pure duty had been sacrificed to achieve the mathematical balance that would preserve countless civilizations from Titan's fate. The return to consciousness in Wakanda revealed a universe that had been fundamentally transformed by his actions, though the immediate evidence of change was subtle and would only become apparent gradually as the snap's effects manifested across billions of worlds. The scorched condition of the Infinity Gauntlet testified to the enormous energies that had been channeled through it, while the temporary weakness that followed demonstrated the physical cost of wielding cosmic forces. Thor's desperate questions about the nature of the snap and its effects received only silence from someone whose consciousness was still processing the magnitude of what had been accomplished and whose enhanced awareness was beginning to perceive the cosmic changes that were rippling outward from their point of origin. The implementation of universal balance was not a simple event, but rather a complex process that would unfold over time as its effects reached every corner of existence. The healing of his wound through the Infinity Stone's power was accomplished with casual ease that demonstrated his complete mastery of cosmic forces, while the contemptuous glance he cast at Thor reflected his understanding that the Asgardian prince's rage was now meaningless in the face of accomplished fact. The universal balance that Thanos had sought for so long was finally reality, making all opposition retroactively futile. The departure from Earth through the Space Stone's power was conducted with quiet dignity rather than triumphant celebration, as Thanos recognized that his victory was not a personal achievement, but rather the successful completion of a cosmic duty that had required sacrifices no being should have to make. The universe had been saved from itself, but the salvation had come at costs that would be felt for generations across every surviving civilization. The journey to the garden was both a retreat and a pilgrimage, as Thanos sought a place where he could spend his remaining years in peaceful contemplation of the universe he had saved, while also beginning the process of psychological healing that would be necessary to maintain his sanity in the face of universal hatred and his own profound isolation. The world that he had chosen for his retirement was deliberately simple and unremarkable, a place where agricultural pursuits and basic survival needs could occupy his attention while cosmic awareness gradually faded to manageable levels. The garden was not a paradise, but rather a refuge where someone who had wielded ultimate power could learn to be content with ultimate simplicity. The construction of his modest dwelling and the cultivation of his crops were undertaken with the same methodical patience that had characterized his cosmic mission, as Thanos applied himself to the humble tasks of farming and cooking with the same dedication he had once devoted to universal salvation. The transition from cosmic god to simple farmer was both a choice and a necessity, representing his conscious decision to relinquish power once his purpose had been fulfilled. The daily routines that structured his retirement were deliberately mundane and repetitive, providing psychological anchors that helped maintain his connection to individual existence while processing the cosmic awareness that continued to flow through his consciousness. The simple act of preparing meals from crops he had grown himself served as a reminder that even cosmic achievements ultimately depended on basic principles of cause and effect. The solitude that surrounded his retirement was both chosen and imposed, as Thanos understood that his actions had made him the most hated being in universal history, while also recognizing that explanations or justifications would be meaningless to beings who could not understand cosmic mathematics. The isolation was profound but necessary, allowing him to begin the process of coming to terms with what he had accomplished and what it had cost. The sunrise that he watched each morning from his simple dwelling carried symbolic weight that was both personal and cosmic, representing the new day that his actions had made possible for countless civilizations across the universe. The mathematical certainty of improved living conditions and reduced resource competition provided intellectual satisfaction, even as the emotional cost of achieving these improvements created psychological wounds that might never entirely heal. The destruction of the Infinity Stones 3 weeks after the snap was perhaps the most difficult decision of Thanos' entire existence, requiring him to deliberately eliminate the source of his cosmic power and the instrument of his universe-changing achievement. The artifacts that had made him the most powerful being in existence had served their purpose and now represented only temptation and the potential for corruption or reversal of his work. The process of using the stones to destroy themselves was both technically complex and spiritually agonizing, as it required channeling even more cosmic energy than the original snap, while also accepting the permanent loss of capabilities that had defined his identity for years. The physical damage that resulted from this final use of cosmic power left him scarred and weakened, a broken reflection of the cosmic god he had briefly become. The injuries that marked his body after the stone's destruction served as permanent reminders of the price that cosmic power demanded from its wielders, and the physical limits of mortal consciousness when confronted with fundamental forces. The fused gauntlet that could never be removed had become both trophy and prison, a constant reminder of achievement and loss that would accompany him for whatever remained of his existence. The philosophical framework that sustained Thanos during his retirement was built upon the mathematical certainty that his actions had been necessary and effective, combined with the spiritual conviction that cosmic responsibility sometimes required individuals to accept personal damnation for universal salvation. He had become the most hated being in existence precisely because he had been willing to make choices that others could not or would not make. The reports that reached him through various cosmic communication networks confirmed that his intervention was producing exactly the results that his calculations had predicted. Worlds that had been approaching ecological collapse were now thriving with reduced populations and abundant resources, while civilizations that had been consumed by resource wars were discovering the possibilities for peace and cooperation that came from eliminating scarcity. The grief and rage that characterized the immediate response to the snap was expected and had been accounted for in his planning, as Thanos understood that beings would need time to process their losses before they could appreciate the gift they had been given. The mathematical proof of improved conditions would eventually overcome emotional resistance, though that process might take generations to complete. The emergence of resistance movements and hero organizations dedicated to undoing his work was also anticipated, though their specific capabilities and strategies remained unknown variables that could potentially threaten the permanence of his achievement. The destruction of the Infinity Stones had been intended to prevent such reversal attempts. But cosmic power took many forms, and absolute certainty was impossible, even for someone with his enhanced awareness. The 2 days that passed between the stone's destruction and the arrival of his enemies felt both eternal and instantaneous, as Thanos' enhanced temporal perception allowed him to experience every moment with crystalline clarity, while also understanding that these might be the final hours of peace he would ever know. The approach of the Avengers was as inevitable as the mathematical principles that had guided his mission, representing the universe's final attempt to reject the salvation he had provided. The simple domestic activities that occupied these final hours of solitude were conducted with deliberate mindfulness and appreciation for experiences that cosmic power had made him temporarily forget. The taste of food he had grown himself, the warmth of sunlight on his scarred skin, and the satisfaction of physical labor accomplished through individual effort rather than cosmic manipulation reminded him of pleasures that existed beyond the scope of universal responsibility. The preparation of his final meal was undertaken with the reverence appropriate for a Last Supper, as Thanos understood that his enemy's arrival would mark the end of his brief period of peace and the beginning of whatever justice or revenge they believed was appropriate for his actions. The ingredients were simple and wholesome, representing the basic elements of existence that his cosmic intervention had been designed to preserve and protect. The crash landing of Captain Marvel through his dwelling's roof was both tactically effective and symbolically appropriate, as her cosmic-level capabilities made her one of the few beings in the universe who could challenge him directly, even in his weakened state. Her approach demonstrated the same kind of overwhelming force that he had once employed, turning his own tactical methods against him with poetic justice. The restraint that his enemies employed during their assault reflected both their tactical sophistication and their desire to capture rather than kill him, suggesting that they sought information or reversal of his actions rather than simple revenge. The coordination between Captain Marvel, War Machine, and Banner demonstrated planning and resource allocation that exceeded their previous efforts. The amputation of his left arm through Stormbreaker was conducted with surgical precision that spoke to Thor's growth as both a warrior and a tactical thinker, eliminating Thanos' ability to use the fused gauntlet, while also ensuring that he could not resist their interrogation through cosmic power. The physical agony was secondary to the symbolic significance of losing the instrument that had enabled universal salvation. The interrogation that followed was conducted with professional efficiency rather than emotional revenge, though the underlying hatred and grief of his captors was evident in every question and accusation. Their demand for the location of the Infinity Stones reflected their continuing belief that technological solutions could reverse cosmic achievements, demonstrating the same kind of thinking that had doomed Titan and countless other worlds. The explanation that Thanos provided about the stone's destruction was delivered with the calm certainty of someone whose cosmic perspective allowed him to see beyond immediate emotional reactions to longer-term universal benefits. The artifacts had served their purpose and were no longer necessary, while their continued existence would only have created temptation for lesser beings to misuse power they could not understand or control responsibly. The revelation that the stones had been reduced to atoms through their own power was both tactically devastating for his enemies and philosophically satisfying for Thanos, as it demonstrated the completeness of his victory and the permanence of the universal balance he had created. No force in existence could reassemble artifacts that had been unmade at the fundamental level of reality. The physical cost of destroying the stones was evident in every scar and injury that marked his body, providing visible proof of the sacrifices that cosmic responsibility had demanded from him personally. The near-fatal damage testified to his commitment to ensuring that his work could never be undone, even at the risk of his own continued existence. The philosophical statement that his mission was complete and would endure was delivered with the satisfaction of someone whose life's work had been successfully accomplished, despite overwhelming opposition and personal cost. The mathematical certainty of improved universal conditions provided intellectual and spiritual comfort that transcended the immediate physical discomfort and emotional isolation of his current situation. The declaration of inevitability that concluded his explanation was not boastfulness, but rather acknowledgement of cosmic forces that operated beyond individual will or desire. His mission had been successful not because of personal superiority, but because universal mathematics supported the necessity of population balance, making his victory the expression of cosmic law rather than individual achievement. Nebula's intervention on his behalf during the interrogation was both unexpected and deeply moving, representing the first genuine support he had received from any of his children since beginning his personal stone acquisition campaign. Her acknowledgement that he was not a liar, despite all his faults, demonstrated an understanding of his character that transcended their complicated relationship history. The gratitude that Thanos expressed for Nebula's honesty was accompanied by his admission that he might have treated her too harshly during her training and development. The recognition came too late to repair their relationship or undo the psychological damage that his methods had inflicted, but it represented genuine regret for choices that had been motivated by cosmic necessity rather than paternal wisdom. The moment of understanding that passed between them was brief but significant, representing the closest thing to familial reconciliation that Thanos would experience during his final hours. Nebula's gesture of closing his eyes after Thor's execution demonstrated a form of respect and affection that transcended their history of conflict and competition. Thor's execution of Thanos was accomplished with swift violence that reflected both tactical necessity and emotional catharsis, as the Asgardian prince's need for revenge finally overcame strategic considerations about the potential value of keeping his enemy alive. The decapitation was clean and immediate, ending the Mad Titan's existence with the same efficiency that had characterized his own methods of population control. The silence that followed Thanos' death was different from the cosmic quiet that had accompanied the snap, representing not universal transformation, but rather the simple cessation of an individual existence that had been both magnificent and terrible. The being who had reshaped reality according to his vision was gone, but the mathematical balance he had created remained as his permanent legacy to a universe that would never understand or appreciate what he had given them. The immediate aftermath of the snap's implementation across the universe was characterized by confusion and disbelief, rather than immediate understanding of what had occurred. The random nature of the selection process meant that the effect was experienced differently by every world and every family, creating patterns of loss that were impossible to predict or prepare for. On Earth, the disintegration began within moments of the snap's completion, as individuals who had been selected by cosmic randomness found their molecular structures becoming unstable and their physical forms dissolving into particles that drifted away like dust on an unfelt wind. The process was painless but profound, representing not death in any conventional sense, but rather a transition from existence to non-existence that bypassed normal biological processes entirely. The psychological impact on those who witnessed these disappearances was perhaps more devastating than the physical loss itself, as families and friends found themselves watching loved ones fade from reality without warning or explanation. The randomness of the selection meant that no social connections or emotional bonds provided protection from cosmic mathematics, creating grief patterns that cut across every level of society and every type of relationship. Pepper Potts experienced the snap's aftermath through the lens of someone whose life had been transformed by love and whose future had been built upon assumptions about permanence and stability that cosmic intervention had suddenly rendered meaningless. Her marriage to Tony Stark and their quiet life together represented exactly the kind of simple human happiness that Thanos had believed his intervention would preserve and protect for countless beings across the universe. The retirement that Tony and Pepper had chosen following the trauma of the Infinity War was motivated by his recognition that cosmic threats required responses that exceeded individual capability, and his desire to focus on personal relationships while others took responsibility for universal problems. Their lakeside cabin provided refuge from the complexity and danger of superhero life, creating space for the kind of ordinary domestic happiness that had once seemed impossible for someone with his history and responsibilities. The birth of Morgan Stark during the 5-year period following the snap represented both personal triumph and cosmic irony, as Tony's greatest achievement as a father occurred in a universe that had been reshaped by someone else's twisted understanding of paternal responsibility. The joy that his daughter brought him was unmarred by the knowledge that her existence was only possible because Thanos' intervention had created a world with sufficient resources to support continued population growth. Steve Rogers' response to the snap's aftermath reflected his fundamental nature as someone whose entire identity was built upon the protection of others and the prevention of suffering. His leadership of support groups for snap survivors was motivated by his need to continue helping people even when the problems they faced transcended anything that physical courage or tactical brilliance could address. The psychological counseling that Rogers provided was limited by his own struggle to process the magnitude of their defeat and the permanence of the losses they had suffered. His advice to move on and find meaning in what remained was sound but difficult to follow for someone whose entire life had been dedicated to fighting against seemingly impossible odds and achieving victory through determination and moral courage. The support group sessions that met regularly in New York City brought together individuals whose losses represented every possible type of relationship and social connection, creating a community of grief that transcended normal boundaries of age, gender, ethnicity, and social status. The random nature of the snap had created patterns of loss that were truly universal, affecting everyone regardless of their personal characteristics or circumstances. Thor's descent into depression and alcoholism during the post-snap period was both understandable and tragic, representing the psychological collapse of someone whose entire identity had been built upon his ability to protect others through superior power and heroic action. His failure to prevent the snap, despite possessing cosmic-level abilities, shattered his confidence and left him unable to fulfill his responsibilities as both hero and king. The establishment of New Asgard in Norway provided a physical refuge for the surviving Asgardians, but could not address the psychological trauma of being the remnant population of a civilization that had been twice devastated by cosmic forces beyond their control. Thor's leadership during this period was compromised by his own emotional instability and his inability to process the guilt and responsibility he felt for failing to stop Thanos. The physical deterioration that accompanied Thor's psychological breakdown served as visible evidence of the personal cost of cosmic failure for someone whose entire identity had been built upon success and victory. His obesity and alcoholism were symptoms of deeper spiritual wounds that could not be healed through conventional means or simple passage of time. Natasha Romanoff's assumption of leadership responsibilities for the remaining Avengers reflected both her natural organizational abilities and her need to maintain purpose and meaning in a universe that seemed to have been fundamentally broken by forces beyond their control. Her coordination of global relief efforts and her maintenance of communication networks between scattered hero organizations provided structure and hope for beings who might otherwise have despaired completely. The loneliness that characterized Natasha's post-snap existence was perhaps more profound than that experienced by other survivors, as her identity had always been built upon relationships and teamwork rather than individual achievement or personal fulfillment. The dissolution of the Avengers as an active organization left her without the primary source of meaning and purpose that had sustained her through previous traumas. The monitoring activities that consumed much of Natasha's time during this period were motivated by her hope that some trace of cosmic instability or energy signature might provide a clue about how the snap could be reversed or its effects mitigated. Her refusal to accept the permanence of their defeat was both admirable and potentially self-destructive, preventing her from finding peace while maintaining hope for impossible solutions. Clint Barton's transformation into the vigilante known as Ronin represented perhaps the most extreme psychological response to the snap among Earth's surviving heroes, as his entire family's elimination drove him to embrace methods and attitudes that were fundamentally incompatible with his previous moral framework. The random cruelty of losing his wife and children while criminals and terrorists survived created a crisis of faith that shattered his belief in justice and cosmic fairness. The violence that characterized Ronin's activities during the 5-year period was driven not by hope for cosmic restoration, but by simple need for revenge against a universe that had taken everything meaningful from his life. His systematic elimination of criminal organizations across the globe provided an outlet for rage that had no appropriate target, while also serving a form of rough justice in a world where traditional law enforcement had been disrupted by massive population loss. The costume and identity that Barton adopted during this period reflected his psychological transformation from protector to predator, as the dark ninja aesthetic and brutal combat methods represented a complete rejection of the heroic ideals that had once defined his approach to crime fighting. The tattoos and physical modifications that marked his body served as visible reminders of his losses and his commitment to a path of violence that offered no possibility of redemption or return to his previous life. The criminal organizations that became Ronin's targets during this period were both deserving victims and inadequate substitutes for the cosmic enemy who had actually caused his suffering. The Yakuza, cartels, and various syndicates that he eliminated were guilty of many crimes, but were ultimately insignificant compared to the Mad Titan, whose actions had created the conditions that made Barton's vigilantism seem necessary and justified. The 5-year campaign that Ronin conducted across multiple continents created a reputation for lethal efficiency that rivaled those of professional assassins and military special forces, demonstrating that grief and rage could transform even basically decent individuals into instruments of calculated violence. His methods were brutal but effective, while his psychological state made him willing to accept risks and casualties that more stable individuals would avoid. Scott Lang's experience during the snap was unique among Earth's heroes, as his presence in the quantum realm during the cosmic event protected him from its effects, while also subjecting him to temporal distortions that compressed 5 years of universal time into what seemed like a few hours of personal experience. His survival was not due to heroic action or cosmic protection, but rather to simple coincidence and the unpredictable nature of quantum physics. The accidental activation of the quantum tunnel that allowed Lang's escape was accomplished by a laboratory rat whose random behavior demonstrated that even the most carefully planned cosmic interventions could be affected by completely unpredictable variables. The irony that Thanos' universal balance could be potentially challenged by the actions of a small rodent was not lost on those who eventually learned the full story of Lang's rescue. The shock that Lang experienced upon discovering the magnitude of the changes that had occurred during his absence was profound and disorienting, as his personal timeline had been decoupled from universal chronology in ways that made the snap's effects seem both immediate and ancient. His family's survival was a source of joy that was tempered by awareness of the billions who had not been as fortunate. The reunion with his daughter Cassie, who had aged 5 years during his quantum exile, provided Lang with immediate and visceral understanding of the time that had been lost and the changes that could never be recovered. Her growth from child to teenager represented all the personal moments and family experiences that the snap had stolen from survivors across the universe. The proposal that Lang brought to the remaining Avengers about using quantum mechanics to reverse the snap was based on his first-hand experience of temporal distortion rather than theoretical physics, providing a practical foundation for what would otherwise have been pure speculation. His understanding of the quantum realm's relationship to normal space-time offered possibilities that had not been considered by other scientists or cosmic experts. The scientific foundation for the time travel solution that emerged from Lang's insights required collaboration between the surviving Avengers' diverse expertise and resources, combining Tony Stark's technological genius with Banner's theoretical knowledge and Thor's cosmic awareness. The complexity of the undertaking exceeded anything they had previously attempted, while the stakes involved made failure unacceptable. The emotional weight of preparing for what they termed the time heist was enormous for all participants, as success would mean confronting the most traumatic moments of their past, while failure would confirm the permanence of their losses and the futility of their continued resistance to cosmic mathematics. The plan required them to risk everything they had managed to preserve during the post-snap period for the possibility of restoring what had been lost. The departure for their time travel missions was conducted with the grim determination of beings who understood that they were attempting something that exceeded their capabilities but could not accept defeat without making every possible effort to reverse it. Their commitment to the mission was driven not by confidence in success, but by inability to accept a universe where Thanos' vision had become permanent reality. The emergence of an alternate Thanos from a parallel timeline represented the universe's final test of the hero's commitment to undoing cosmic balance. As this version of the Mad Titan possessed all of the original's power and determination, while also having learned from his counterpart's tactical mistakes and strategic miscalculations. His arrival through the quantum realm demonstrated that cosmic power could transcend normal concepts of cause and effect. The alternate Thanos' horror at learning about his future self's retirement, and the stone's destruction revealed a version of the character whose ambitions extended beyond simple population balance to complete universal reconstruction according to his own vision. This Thanos sought not just to preserve life, but to reshape it entirely, eliminating the possibility that beings might again develop the kind of resistance and ingratitude that had characterized the original universe's response to his salvation. The final battle that determined the ultimate fate of universal balance was fought not between the Mad Titan and Earth's heroes, but between two different visions of cosmic responsibility and the proper relationship between power and service. Iron Man's sacrifice to eliminate the alternate Thanos represented the triumph of individual heroism over universal mathematics, though the cost in human life demonstrated that heroic victory was no less expensive than cosmic salvation. The complete erasure of the alternate Thanos and his forces through the power of the Infinity Stones wielded by Tony Stark provided final proof that the artifact's capabilities extended to affecting beings from other timelines and alternate realities. The snap that eliminated this version of the Mad Titan was as complete and irreversible as the original cosmic intervention, ensuring that this particular threat could never return. Standing in the ruins of the battlefield where the fate of universal balance had been finally determined, the surviving heroes faced a reality where both versions of Thanos had been eliminated, but where the consequences of their cosmic conflict would continue to ripple through space and time for generations to come. The universe had been saved from the Mad Titan's vision of salvation, but the price of that victory would be measured in continued struggle with the fundamental problems that had originally motivated his cosmic mission. The legacy of Thanos' intervention would endure long after his physical destruction, as the mathematical principles that had driven his actions remained as true and urgent as ever. The population growth and resource consumption patterns that had doomed Titan continued to threaten countless worlds across the galaxy, while the beings who had rejected his solution showed no greater willingness to address these problems through voluntary action than they had demonstrated before his cosmic intervention. In the end, the snap had been both completely successful and ultimately futile, restoring universal balance for a brief moment before the same fundamental forces that had created the original problem began reasserting themselves across every surviving civilization. The Mad Titan's greatest achievement had been undone not by superior power, but by the same refusal to accept difficult truths that had doomed his homeworld so many millennia before. The final chapter of Thanos' existence began not with the cosmic grandeur that had characterized his universe-shaping achievements, but with the simple domestic routine of a farmer tending to his crops under an alien sun. The garden that had become his refuge in the wake of universal transformation was a world of deliberate simplicity, where the being who had once commanded cosmic forces beyond imagination now found meaning in the basic cycle of planting, cultivation, and harvest that had sustained civilizations since the dawn of agriculture. The 2 days that separated the destruction of the Infinity Stones from the arrival of his pursuers felt both infinite and instantaneous to someone whose consciousness still carried traces of cosmic awareness despite the loss of the artifacts that had granted such perspective. Thanos understood that the Avengers would eventually locate him through their advanced technology and their desperate need for answers. Yet he also knew that their arrival would mark the end of the brief peace he had managed to find in the aftermath of his cosmic duty. The morning routines that structured these final days were conducted with mindful appreciation for experiences that cosmic power had temporarily made him forget. The sensation of soil beneath his fingers as he tended his plants, the warmth of sunlight on his scarred skin, and the satisfaction of physical labor accomplished through individual effort rather than reality. Manipulation reminded him of pleasures that existed beyond the scope of universal responsibility and mathematical necessity. The crops that grew in his garden were simple and nourishing, chosen not for their exotic properties or cosmic significance, but for their ability to sustain life through basic nutritional requirements. The vegetables and fruits that he cultivated represented the fundamental building blocks of existence that his intervention had been designed to preserve and protect for countless civilizations across the universe. The cooking that occupied much of his time during these final days was undertaken with the same methodical patience that had once characterized his cosmic planning, as Thanos applied himself to the humble task of preparing meals with the dedication he had previously devoted to acquiring infinity stones. The transformation from cosmic god to simple farmer was both a choice and a necessity, representing his conscious decision to relinquish power once his purpose had been fulfilled. The stew that simmered in his simple kitchen during those last hours was prepared from ingredients he had grown himself, seasoned with spices that had been carefully selected and prepared according to recipes that represented the accumulated culinary wisdom of multiple civilizations. The act of cooking had become a form of meditation for him, a way of maintaining connection to basic physical existence while processing the cosmic awareness that continued to flow through his consciousness. The approach of the Benatar was detected through enhanced senses that had been permanently altered by his exposure to cosmic forces, allowing him to perceive the energy signatures and emotional states of his approaching enemies long before their ship became visible in his world's sky. The mixture of grief, rage, and desperate hope that radiated from the vessel told him everything he needed to know about their intentions and their psychological state. The decision to continue his domestic activities despite the knowledge of their approach reflected both his acceptance of whatever fate awaited him and his desire to maintain dignity and composure during what would inevitably be his final confrontation with the beings whose lives he had forever changed through cosmic intervention. The simple act of preparing food provided psychological anchor that helped maintain his connection to individual existence. The crash landing of Captain Marvel through his dwelling's roof was both tactically effective and symbolically appropriate, as her cosmic-level capabilities made her one of the few beings in the universe who could challenge him directly, even in his weakened state after the stone's destruction. Her approach demonstrated the same kind of overwhelming force that he had once employed, turning his own tactical methods against him with poetic justice that was not lost on someone whose cosmic perspective allowed him to appreciate such ironies. The restraint that she employed during the initial assault spoke to both her tactical sophistication and the Avengers' desire to capture rather than kill him, suggesting that they sought information about reversing his actions, rather than simple revenge for the losses they had suffered. The headlock that immobilized him was applied with precisely calculated force that subdued without crushing, demonstrating professional competence in subduing cosmic-level opponents. The coordinated arrival of the other Avengers through various dramatic entrances showcased their continued ability to work together effectively despite the psychological trauma they had endured during the 5 years since his victory. Bruce Banner's emergence through the floor in borrowed armor, War Machine's precise coordination of the assault, and the others' strategic positioning demonstrated tactical planning that had learned from their previous defeats. Thor's amputation of his left arm through Stormbreaker was conducted with surgical precision that spoke to the Asgardian prince's growth as both a warrior and a tactician, eliminating Thanos' ability to use the fused gauntlet while also ensuring that he could not resist their interrogation through any residual cosmic power. The physical agony was immediate and overwhelming, yet it was secondary to the symbolic significance of losing the instrument that had enabled universal salvation. The interrogation that followed was conducted with professional efficiency rather than emotional revenge, though the underlying hatred and grief of his captors was evident in every question and demand they directed toward him. Their insistence on locating the Infinity Stones reflected their continuing belief that technological solutions could reverse cosmic achievements, demonstrating the same kind of thinking that had once characterized civilizations that refused to accept mathematical realities about population and resources. The examination of the destroyed Infinity Gauntlet by Rocket Raccoon revealed the completeness of the stone's destruction and the permanence of the cosmic changes that had been implemented through their power. The charred and fused metal that remained was testament to the enormous energies that had been channeled through the device, while the absence of the stones themselves confirmed that no conventional reversal of his actions would be possible. The explanation that Thanos provided about the stone's destruction was delivered with the calm certainty of someone whose cosmic perspective allowed him to see beyond immediate emotional reactions to longer-term universal benefits. The artifacts had served their purpose in restoring mathematical balance to existence, and their continued presence would only have created temptation for lesser beings to misuse power they could not understand or control responsibly. The philosophical justification he offered for eliminating the stones centered on the concept of temptation and the corruptive effects of ultimate power on beings who were not prepared for cosmic responsibility. His own experience with the artifacts had taught him that even someone with pure motives and clear purpose could be influenced by the seductive possibilities that unlimited power created. The revelation that destroying the stones had nearly cost him his life was delivered without self-pity or requests for sympathy, but rather as factual information about the physical cost of ensuring that his cosmic achievement could never be undone. The scars and injuries that marked his body provided visible evidence of his commitment to preserving universal balance, even at the expense of his own continued existence. The assertion that his mission was complete and would endure was spoken with the satisfaction of someone whose life's work had been successfully accomplished despite overwhelming opposition and personal cost. The mathematical certainty of improved universal conditions provided intellectual and spiritual comfort that transcended the immediate physical discomfort and emotional isolation of his current situation. The declaration of inevitability that concluded his explanation was not boastfulness, but rather acknowledgement of cosmic forces that operated beyond individual will or desire. His mission had been successful not because of personal superiority, but because universal mathematics supported the necessity of population balance, making his victory the expression of cosmic law rather than individual achievement. Nebula's unexpected intervention on his behalf during the questioning represented perhaps the first genuine support he had received from any of his adopted children since beginning his personal stone acquisition campaign. Her acknowledgement that he was not a liar, despite all his faults and the suffering he had caused, demonstrated an understanding of his character that transcended their complicated relationship history and the psychological damage that his training methods had inflicted upon her. The gratitude that Thanos expressed for Nebula's honesty was accompanied by his admission that he might have treated her too harshly during her development and training. The recognition came far too late to repair their damaged relationship or undo the psychological trauma that his competitive conditioning had created, but it represented genuine regret for choices that had been motivated by what he believed were cosmic necessity rather than parental wisdom. The moment of understanding that passed between them was brief but profound, representing the closest approximation to familial reconciliation that Thanos would experience during his final hours of existence. The emotional connection was complicated by years of manipulation and abuse, yet it contained genuine elements of mutual recognition and shared understanding that transcended their history of conflict. The rage that had been building within Thor throughout the interrogation finally reached its breaking point as the full implications of Thanos' explanations became clear. The Asgardian prince's realization that the Mad Titan had destroyed the very instruments that might have been used to reverse his cosmic intervention represented the final confirmation that their defeat was permanent and absolute. The swing of Stormbreaker that ended Thanos' existence was motivated by a combination of tactical frustration and emotional catharsis, as Thor's need for revenge finally overcame any strategic considerations about the potential value of keeping his enemy alive for further questioning. The decapitation was accomplished with swift violence that reflected both divine power and mortal rage. The execution was clean and immediate, severing Thanos' head from his body with the same efficiency that had characterized his own methods of population control. The Mad Titan's death was neither particularly heroic nor especially tragic, but rather the simple cessation of an individual existence that had been both magnificent and terrible in its cosmic scope and universal impact. The silence that followed Thanos' death was different from the cosmic quiet that had accompanied the snap, representing not universal transformation, but rather the simple ending of a single consciousness that had carried within it the weight of cosmic awareness and universal responsibility. The being who had reshaped reality according to his vision was gone, but the mathematical balance he had created remained as his permanent legacy. Nebula's gesture of closing Thanos' eyes after the execution was both practical and ceremonial, representing a final acknowledgement of their complicated relationship and her recognition that, despite everything, he had been the closest thing to a father she had ever known. The act was performed without sentiment, but with genuine respect for someone whose convictions had been absolute, even when they were absolutely wrong. The horror and contempt that characterized the other Avengers' response to the execution reflected their understanding that Thor's action, while emotionally satisfying, had eliminated any possibility of gathering additional information about potential methods for reversing the snap. The tactical implications of Thanos' death were secondary to its symbolic significance, as the end of their greatest enemy and the being responsible for their most devastating defeat. The aftermath of Thanos' execution left the surviving heroes confronting a universe where their enemy was dead but his victory remained complete and irreversible. The mathematical balance that he had imposed through cosmic intervention continued to affect every populated world, while the beings he had claimed to save showed no greater appreciation for his sacrifice than they had demonstrated understanding of his motivations. The 5 years that followed the Mad Titan's death were marked by gradual acceptance of the new universal reality and the slow development of social and economic structures that could function within the reduced population parameters that his intervention had created. The abundance of resources and reduced competition that resulted from his actions did indeed lead to improved living conditions for many survivors, though few were willing to acknowledge the connection between their enhanced circumstances and his cosmic sacrifice. The time travel mission that eventually succeeded in gathering replacement Infinity Stones from alternate timelines represented humanity's refusal to accept even beneficial cosmic intervention when it contradicted their fundamental beliefs about individual agency and the sanctity of life. Their success in reversing the snap demonstrated that heroic determination could sometimes overcome mathematical certainty, though the cost in time, effort, and additional casualties showed that their victory was hardly more merciful than his defeat. The alternate version of Thanos, who emerged from the quantum realm during the time heist's conclusion, represented a variation of his cosmic mission, that was both more extreme and less philosophically consistent than the original intervention. This version sought not just population balance, but complete universal reconstruction according to his own design, eliminating the possibility that future beings might develop the kind of resistance and ingratitude that had characterized the original timeline's response to his salvation. The horror that the alternate Thanos expressed upon learning of his counterpart's retirement and the stone's destruction revealed a version of the character whose ambitions extended far beyond the mathematical necessity that had motivated the original mission. This Thanos was driven by ego and desire for recognition rather than cosmic responsibility, making him fundamentally different from the being who had accepted universal hatred as the price of universal salvation. The final battle between this alternate Thanos and Earth's heroes was conducted on a scale that exceeded even the original Infinity War, as both sides understood that defeat would mean not just death, but the permanent elimination of their respective visions for the universe's future. The casualties were enormous, and the destruction was comprehensive. Yet the ultimate resolution came through individual sacrifice, rather than superior force. Tony Stark's use of the Infinity Stones to eliminate the alternate Thanos and his entire army represented the ultimate expression of heroic selflessness, and the final proof that individual courage could triumph over cosmic mathematics. When driven by sufficient love and determination, his sacrifice accomplished what armies and cosmic entities had been unable to achieve: the permanent elimination of the Mad Titan as a threat to universal free will. The complete disintegration of the alternate Thanos as he attempted to claim victory demonstrated that cosmic power was ultimately subject to moral principles rather than mathematical ones, though the price of proving this point was measured in the life of one of Earth's greatest heroes. The snap that eliminated this version of the Mad Titan was as thorough and irreversible as any cosmic intervention. The aftermath of these final battles left a universe where Thanos' original vision of mathematical balance had been rejected in favor of chaotic freedom, and the continued possibility of civilizations destroying themselves through overpopulation and resource depletion. The fundamental problems that had motivated his cosmic mission remained unresolved, while the beings who had opposed him showed no greater wisdom about addressing these challenges than they had demonstrated before his intervention. The restoration of the Snap's victims through the Avengers time travel mission created a universe where Thanos' mathematical projections about population and resources would eventually prove accurate, as the restored civilizations resumed their patterns of unsustainable growth and consumption, without having learned any lasting lessons from their temporary elimination. The cycle that had destroyed Titan would continue on countless worlds, though now without anyone willing or able to implement the difficult solutions that cosmic responsibility demanded. The scattered references to Thanos that appeared in post-restoration culture demonstrated the complexity of his legacy and the inability of most beings to understand the cosmic principles that had motivated his actions. Some viewed him as a monster whose elimination was cause for celebration, while others recognized the mathematical validity of his concerns, even if they could not accept the methods he had employed to address them. The graffiti that appeared declaring "Thanos was right" represented a minority perspective that understood the mathematical realities of population growth and resource consumption, though those who expressed such views were generally ostracized by societies that preferred comfortable illusions to uncomfortable truths. The merchandising of such phrases demonstrated how even cosmic tragedy could be commodified and trivialized by civilizations that refused to engage seriously with the implications of their own behavior. The individuals who purchased coffee mugs and other items bearing references to Thanos' philosophy were not necessarily supporters of genocide, but rather beings who recognized that his mathematical analysis had been correct even if his proposed solutions had been morally unacceptable. Their willingness to engage with his ideas, however superficially, suggested that some portion of the universal population remained capable of thinking seriously about long-term sustainability and cosmic responsibility. The ultimate irony of Thanos' legacy was that his temporary success in implementing universal balance had provided a brief respite that allowed civilizations to continue their unsustainable practices without facing immediate consequences. The resources that became available after the snap were quickly consumed by the restored populations, while the psychological trauma of their temporary elimination made them even more resistant to suggestions about voluntary population control. The scientific and philosophical communities that emerged in the post-restoration universe showed little interest in seriously examining the mathematical principles that had motivated Thanos' intervention, preferring to focus on the moral and emotional aspects of his actions rather than engaging with the underlying cosmic problems that remained unresolved. Their failure to learn from his example virtually guaranteed that future civilizations would face the same choices between voluntary restraint and involuntary elimination. The hero organizations that had formed to oppose Thanos and reverse his cosmic intervention showed no inclination to address the fundamental issues of population growth and resource consumption that had originally motivated his mission. Their focus remained on protecting existing life rather than ensuring sustainable life, demonstrating the same short-term thinking that had characterized the civilizations he had tried to save from themselves. The cosmic entities and abstract forces that had remained neutral during Thanos' intervention continued their detached observation of universal affairs, neither approving nor condemning the mathematical solutions that had been attempted and ultimately rejected by the beings most affected by population imbalances. Their perspective transcended individual tragedy and temporary solutions, encompassing timeframes and consequences that mortal minds could not fully comprehend. The destruction of both versions of Thanos had eliminated the individual who had been willing to accept cosmic responsibility for universal problems, but it had not eliminated the problems themselves, or created any alternative mechanisms for addressing them when they inevitably reached crisis levels again. The universe had chosen chaos over order, freedom over sustainability, and emotional comfort over mathematical necessity. The psychological impact on the beings who had opposed Thanos was complex and lasting, as their victory had come at costs that rivaled those of defeat and had left them with knowledge about cosmic forces and universal problems that they were unequipped to address through conventional means. The weight of cosmic awareness that had driven Thanos to extreme action was now distributed among individuals who lacked his philosophical framework for processing such responsibility. The survivors of his cosmic intervention, who had experienced both elimination and restoration, carried within their consciousness unique insights into the nature of existence and the fragility of life that set them apart from beings who had never faced such fundamental disruption. Their testimony about the experience of non-existence provided the only direct evidence about what awaited all living beings beyond the boundary of death. The 5-year period, during which half the universe had been eliminated, was remembered differently by different communities and civilizations, with some viewing it as a time of unprecedented peace and prosperity, while others experienced it as an era of grief and social collapse. The mathematical benefits that Thanos had predicted were indeed realized in many locations, though few survivors were willing to acknowledge the connection between their improved circumstances and his intervention. The restoration of eliminated beings created social and political chaos that in many ways exceeded the disruption caused by their original disappearance, as governments and institutions that had adapted to reduced populations suddenly found themselves overwhelmed by returning citizens who expected to resume their previous lives and roles. The infrastructure and resource allocation systems that had been developed during the 5-year gap proved inadequate for supporting restored population levels. The displacement and refugee crises that resulted from the restoration process demonstrated that even beneficial cosmic intervention could create unintended consequences that were difficult to address through conventional means. Beings who returned to find their homes occupied by others, or their jobs filled by replacement workers, faced challenges that no government or relief organization was prepared to handle effectively. The political movements that emerged in response to these challenges, including organizations like the Flag Smashers, represented attempts to address the social disruption through ideological solutions that ignored the underlying mathematical realities of population and resources. Their focus on nationalism versus globalism missed the larger point about sustainability and long-term planning that had motivated Thanos' original intervention. The violence that characterized many of these post-restoration conflicts demonstrated that the beings who had been saved from cosmic intervention had learned nothing about cooperation and resource sharing from their temporary conflicts. Elimination. The same competitive instincts and territorial behaviors that had created overpopulation problems before the snap resumed immediately upon restoration, suggesting that no amount of trauma or intervention could fundamentally alter the nature of sentient behavior. The memorial services and monuments that were erected to honor Thanos' victims served important psychological functions for survivors who needed to process their grief and commemorate their losses. Yet they also represented a form of willful blindness about the cosmic forces that had motivated his actions. The focus on individual tragedy obscured larger questions about universal sustainability and the mathematical certainties that would eventually force future civilizations to confront the same choices that Titan had faced. The academic studies and historical analyses that were produced about Thanos' intervention were generally superficial and politically motivated, avoiding serious engagement with the mathematical principles that had driven his mission in favor of easier, moral and emotional condemnations that allowed readers to feel superior without confronting uncomfortable truths about their own civilization's trajectories. The few scholars who attempted serious analysis of his cosmic mathematics were generally marginalized or discredited by academic communities that preferred to focus on the moral dimensions of his actions rather than their practical effectiveness or theoretical foundation. The intellectual courage required to engage honestly with his ideas was apparently as rare among academics as the moral courage required to implement difficult solutions had been among political leaders. The technological research that emerged from study of infinity stone residue and quantum realm phenomena represented the only constructive legacy of the entire conflict. As scientists and engineers worked to understand cosmic forces that had been demonstrated to exist and affect reality in measurable ways. However, this research was generally focused on defensive applications, rather than addressing the fundamental problems that had motivated Thanos' cosmic intervention. The space exploration programs that accelerated in the wake of cosmic intervention were motivated partly by genuine scientific curiosity, but primarily by the desire to find alternative solutions to population pressure through expansion to new worlds. This approach represented the same kind of thinking that had characterized pre-snap civilizations, addressing symptoms rather than causes, and postponing rather than solving fundamental mathematical problems. The colonial initiatives that emerged from these programs demonstrated that restoration of eliminated populations had not been accompanied by any meaningful change in thinking about sustainability and resource management. The same civilizations that had been saved from overpopulation through cosmic intervention were immediately resuming the behaviors that had created overpopulation problems in the first place. The cycle that Thanos had sought to break through universal intervention was reasserting itself across every level of existence, from individual families that resumed having children without considering resource constraints, to galactic governments that pursued expansion policies without addressing the mathematical impossibility of infinite growth within finite systems. The psychological studies that examined the behavior of SNAP survivors revealed that temporary elimination had not produced lasting changes in attitudes about mortality, sustainability, or cosmic responsibility. Most individuals returned to their previous lifestyles and priorities as quickly as possible, treating their restoration as a reprieve rather than as an opportunity to reconsider fundamental assumptions about existence and meaning. The political leaders who governed restored civilizations showed no greater wisdom about addressing population and resource challenges than their predecessors had demonstrated before the cosmic intervention. The same short-term thinking and emotional decision-making that had characterized pre-SNAP governments resumed immediately upon restoration, suggesting that cosmic trauma was insufficient to produce lasting political evolution. The economic systems that emerged in post-restoration societies were generally based on the same principles of unlimited growth and resource consumption that had characterized pre-SNAP economies, despite the mathematical impossibility of sustaining such approaches within finite systems. The temporary abundance created by population reduction was quickly consumed, recreating the same scarcity and competition that had originally motivated Thanos' cosmic mission. The religious and philosophical movements that attempted to derive meaning from the cosmic intervention were generally focused on individual comfort and emotional healing, rather than serious engagement with the universal principles that had motivated Thanos' actions. The spiritual implications of temporary elimination and restoration were explored primarily for their therapeutic value rather than their cosmic significance. The ultimate failure of universal civilization to learn lasting lessons from cosmic intervention represented perhaps the greatest tragedy of the entire sequence of events, as it confirmed Thanos' most pessimistic assessments about the fundamental nature of sentient behavior and the impossibility of voluntary reform in the face of mathematical necessity. Standing in the ruins of his simple dwelling, with his blood pooling on the floor and his consciousness fading toward whatever awaited cosmic criminals in the realm beyond death, Thanos experienced a final moment of clarity about the nature of his mission and the inevitability of its ultimate failure. The universe had chosen suffering over salvation, chaos over order, and comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. Yet, even in death, he retained his conviction that his actions had been mathematically correct and morally justified, even if they had been ultimately futile. The snap had provided temporary relief from universal population pressure, and the destruction of the stones had prevented their misuse by beings who lacked cosmic perspective and responsibility. The legacy that Thanos left behind was not the grateful universe that had sustained his vision through decades of sacrifice and struggle, but rather a cosmos that had been temporarily saved from itself and had chosen to resume its march toward destruction as quickly as possible. His greatest achievement had been undone not by superior wisdom, but by the same refusal to accept difficult truths that had doomed his homeworld and would eventually doom countless others. In the end, the Mad Titan had been neither mad nor entirely sane, but rather a being who had accepted cosmic responsibility that no individual consciousness was designed to bear, and had implemented solutions that were mathematically sound but morally unacceptable to the civilizations they were intended to save. His death marked not the triumph of good over evil, but rather the victory of comfortable illusion over uncomfortable reality. The universe would continue its dance toward destruction, and other worlds would follow Titan's path toward collapse, but there would be no one left with the cosmic perspective and moral courage necessary to intervene on their behalf. Thanos had been unique in his willingness to accept universal hatred for universal benefit, and his elimination had ensured that such intervention would never again be attempted by anyone with the power to implement it successfully. As our long journey through the life and death of Thanos draws to its quiet close, we are left not with simple answers about good and evil, but with profound questions about the nature of conviction, sacrifice, and the terrible weight of cosmic responsibility. The Mad Titan's story reveals the tragic complexity that exists at the intersection of mathematical truth and moral feeling, where love for the universe can manifest as its greatest nightmare. His path from exiled prince to cosmic destroyer was paved with genuine compassion twisted into unrecognizable forms by the burden of absolute certainty and the loneliness of universal understanding. In seeking to save existence from itself, he became the very thing that existence needed saving from, yet his mathematical analysis of cosmic problems remained as accurate in death as it had been in life. The heroes who opposed him possessed courage and determination that transcended normal concepts of bravery, yet their victory was achieved not through superior wisdom, but through their refusal to accept solutions that violated their fundamental beliefs about individual worth and cosmic justice. In choosing chaos over order, they preserved the freedom to make mistakes while also ensuring that those mistakes would eventually exact their full price from future generations. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of Thanos' legacy lies in the recognition that cosmic problems require cosmic solutions, and that the universe's salvation might indeed demand sacrifices that no moral being could willingly make or accept. His elimination resolved the immediate threat he posed while leaving unaddressed the fundamental challenges that had created him. So, as you drift towards sleep, let your mind wander not among the violence and destruction that marked his final campaigns, but among the quiet moments of genuine connection that revealed his essential humanity beneath the cosmic madness. Dream of the love that drove him to terrible action, the grief that shaped his understanding of necessity, and the loneliness that was the price of seeing truths that others could not bear to acknowledge. Rest now in the knowledge that even the darkest stories contain elements of light, that even the most misguided actions can spring from genuine love, and that the universe's greatest tragedies often emerge from the collision between mathematical reality and moral idealism. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be undisturbed by the weight of cosmic questions that have no comfortable answers.